check out and see who the heck we have to thank. Yo Show, thank you for the resub wherever you are.
Good morning,
Uh,
Henry.
Mousy Moo, thank you for the resub as well. Happy New Year's to everybody. There's a lot of Happy New Year
Alright.
wishes. TWA Gaming
Everything
and
seems to be back
Bandit
to normal. Okay.
and Flawed Victor, thank you so much for your raid with the party of 21. Night Cop came in with a raid of party of 40. Big Tim resubbing, thank you so much. Jeff 691204 as well. Pievs with a $20 donation. Martin May, is it Martin Mail? That's what
It's
I'm just
Martin Mai, I think.
Martin
M-A-I.
My one. I someday he's got to tell me. 17-month resub. Thank you so much. All the followers, which there are way too many of you. Kill 'em all with all the gifted subs again. John Wint 81 with the bits. Ron FS21 Junkie with 200 bits as well. Bama
Close
61.
enough.
Fireman 1008. Major Grouch.
I'll have to do it
Breathe.
again at some point anyway, so close enough.
And we are going through, and then there's Wheels with a rate of 161 viewers to start it all off. Anyhow, let me see if I can find Darius on this other screen here. To raid, he should have his stream up, and we'll be
It is.
continuing. What day are we going into at 3 a.m.?
Day 45.
Day 45. That is crazy.
Wonder if
We're
it
going to be
has-
hit Dave.
No Mudslinger because of the game ratings. They'll never add things like hemp or tobacco products.
Right. They won't even add wine.
Yeah, they won't even
So
make wine out of
they
the
won't
grapes.
they won't even make meat out of the pigs or the cows
Yep.
either, just to keep their ratings. So
Hey, Mr.
if you're
JWB.
expecting them to put hemp in there,
You're gonna be waiting.
you'll be waiting a while.
Yep.
Anyway, thanks
That's for the
everybody.
modders to do.
And yeah, we'll continue the 44-day streak into number 45 over on Darius's stream. Have a good night, everybody. And it should be on you.
And thank you for that raid, Dave. Good morning. Welcome, Raiders. Thank you for shouting out Dave there, KW.
That is a pretty cool little creature up there. What the heck is he doing?
What?
From the top left. Oh, he just
Oh,
disappeared.
that's my raid thing. You're about me to...
That was interesting.
Yeah, I will probably have to update that at some point there, Henry. You're not wrong. Well, and that's just it. They'll keep the game PG because anything like that's gonna ruin that PG rating.
They don't even they're not even keeping it PG. They are keeping it G.
Yeah, rated G, exactly.
Rated G. So they're literally, we've had this discussion
Now,
with Terminator.
Yeah, I
And-
mean, modders will certainly add things like tobacco and wine and all of those other products. Good morning, Amaki, Vito, EJB modding, the
Right.
Big Ox, Rhodes, Northeast Joe, how you doing? Yeah, don't forget to refresh the stream, everybody.
Yeah.
Or click the
refresh.
live
I already
icon,
did.
pop something in the chat, whatever it is you want to do. But, with that said, I am just touching up. Starting me off with a stretch there, Aussie Wheels. I appreciate it. With that said, I'm just finishing up repainting some groundwork around my yard since I had to redo it. Hyper UK and Rhodes 28, thank you guys for those follows. Welcome to the channel. How are you guys doing today? EJB has already got the liquor in, nice.
Gonna earn money like a wasp.
Started a new game on your Xbox to give your PC a break. Not gonna cheat, gonna earn your money like you guys. Nice. I mean, Reliant Robin Crew, thank you for that, host.
I guess it's different. I will say this, different for other people. This is my main game. I want it to last, you know, if you're playing a lot of other games. But if I don't make this last, for me, it's more than that. I have to make it last because if I don't, then
The map won't get developed.
I'm going to be on. Yeah, you won't have a map. It's as simple as that. I won't keep if I get burned out on it, I won't be making content. I'll be going
Yep.
playing all those other games I like too. So
There you
I'm
go,
not going to
EGP.
rush through. I don't want to rush through things just to say, "Oh, I've done it already." Otherwise,
Yeah.
this would probably be my last map for FS22, and it just, it's not even
Yeah,
out yet.
yeah, it's just getting started. FS22 anyway. And I mean, everybody's got their own way of playing and everything like that. It's.
Sure, I would love to go play 7 Days to Die with that update, or Satisfactory, which with that update, or a plethora of other games, but you guys don't want me to do that right now, or you won't get a map for another 6 to 8 months. You plant trees, Darius?
In this case, these two, yes, because I forgot to plant them with the actual tree planter. I literally just came through. I had two left over, didn't know what to do with them, stuck them someplace else entirely, and forgot that I wanted to stick a couple next to my shed. But normally, yes, I'll plant some decorative trees around, but I'll make them grow. I've got some here.
Right.
I've got them up along my field edge the way I had done on Elm Creek. I'm loving Wolf Creek there, Iceman. How's it going, Farmer Marks? Suggest you
I
actually
haven't
take a day
planted any
off
trees yet.
just to play other games. These are the elms. Wolf Creek's based off Elm Creek, so elms it is. How's it going, Chilwell?
Yeah, that's right.
But right now, I've been greatly enjoying this. So, I don't really feel I need a day off because I'm enjoying this too much.
And with me, I'm enjoying it, but if I go to another game, they can suck me in for weeks.
Yep.
It can't. There's only a couple
Did
games that
that
I can do that are just one
reset
day games,
itself?
and I have them for that purpose. Like House
No, it's
Flipper,
not
I
when it
can
comes
go
to the
into.
Uncharted map.
Yeah, I can
You've
go
got to
into
watch
House.
out, Big Vito. There's a lot of houses that don't give the sleep icon. See, if it's got these symbols over here,
They don't sleep there.
you don't have a sleep option. These are technically production houses.
Right.
I
They will.
do have a massive bank loan that I'm paying down, but I used the loan to buy property. Now I'm paying the loan back down. One of the things I suggest if you want to keep that house and give it a sleep trigger, Big Vito, go onto the SGA website and get my little sleep chair. For
And put it on the porch.
$150, you can stick it right next to the porch, and boop, there's your sleep trigger.
With the new thing, you could put it on the porch, probably, if there is a porch. You could put
Yeah.
that, which is really awesome.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I need to not interactive. There we go.
I need my.
Crazy Jimmy 88. Thank you for that follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing today?
Ranch Simulator too. I haven't.
Yeah, with the trees that you plant like that, they will grow over time. It can take a while though, depending on which variety they are. Happy New Year to you as well there, Crazy Jimmy. Oh. I guess I am full. Alright there, Matt. Okay, not a problem. Family first. How's it going there, Vortex? Go in the back and push the crane out from the back so that it doesn't end up against a fence. What is that trailer sitting there? Which one, Iceman? I have a few kind of sitting here. Are you talking about my flatbed trailer? I have indeed had a good start to the new year there, Dark Matters. That one is it a DO24? I don't remember which site I got that off of, to be honest with you.
Don't fall asleep. He's quiet.
Nope, I'm still on Blender.
Well, I appreciate that there, Dark Matters. I do appreciate that. Not a problem, Iceman. Oh, 123455665 Thank you for that follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing this morning?
I thought you were counting.
I thought it was too, and then I looked at it closer and went, "Oh, I gotta pay attention to this one. This one's sneaky." Yeah, I find it's a good little trailer for putting the eggs on and stuff. You can fit them on 3 pallets wide, put a lot of eggs there throughout the year. I've just got to finish setting up some controls for my vehicles and stuff like that. Like change camera, I need to set up an extra key binding for that. Vehicle.
Oh, public service. Actually, it happened last night when I woke up this morning.
Yeah.
Whoever created that account and messaged me on Discord with that very, very obscene name, I didn't even read your message. Because that's just wrong. And if I ever saw a post from you on my Facebook page or my Discord, you'd be banned instantly. There. That's better.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. That was the rudest name I had ever seen. And
Directed at you?
And no, it was just the name of
Oh.
the person. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
This isn't a crab game.
I didn't hear about that.
They
Nope.
just sent me a message. And I don't know what it was because I didn't read it.
Right.
Yeah,
Because
I can't
just
blame
reading the name was like, what the heck? Who goes on with expletives in their name?
12-year-old.
Yeah. Exactly. Not a problem, Tadpole. I appreciate the lurk. Yeah, I mean, what's the point of that? Why
The name actually had the F word in it, believe it or not.
Yeah, Wheels had somebody like that in his chat earlier that had a really weird, funky name that was like, come on, guy. Where is... Is it that?
Yeah, like Frank, exactly.
Yep. Okay. Alright, that's getting better. Now I've just gotta... switch my camera a bit.
He must get banned from a lot of Discords if he uses it
I'm
regularly.
sure if you've got something like that, then... Yeah.
Or she.
They. Whatever the
They
case,
must
yeah.
get banned. Who is this guy named Darius? You know, he's a pretty chill dude.
How's it going there, Bread? How are you doing? Look right should be left.
NBC must be deep into his map work.
Oh, I am.
Right.
I wish I had like an extra day.
Mm-hmm.
Thought you said you were gonna call in.
I'm working from home on Monday, but I still got to do stuff. I got 4 classes I got to do.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. You can't do them at the same time you're map making.
No, unfortunately, my time gets really short.
Yeah,
I wish I had more time to.
you will. You get to retire in what, 6 years?
4.
4. Oh, you're right around the.
Alright,
That's
now,
when I'm.
now it's the same as the mouse. That'll work.
That's when
That
I'm
will
passing
work.
the torch to you to take over for me.
Well, I got to learn a couple more things.
Well, we appreciate that, Dark Matters. We don't tolerate the toxicity and the ugliness. You will quickly find yourself
I mean, we enjoy fun and humor.
on a... Yeah, I mean, fun and humor is one thing, but when you're toxic, when you're nasty, when you're... Yeah, you will quickly find your way out of my channel anyway. Good morning, Pompies.
And bad
Son,
dad jokes.
biscuits.
Biscuits.
What you do?
I hate it when you're trying to input stuff to place it and you don't get the right thing the first time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I've got to adjust my greenhouses a little bit now that you said, because you said they share production now.
They always did.
Not the original greenhouses. They
Yeah,
didn't have that shared function that you found in the sugar factory.
pretty sure the original output.
The only time you talk is
I'd have to
you've had
check.
so much crap. Yeah.
I can check because I'm pretty sure they're shared. Well, whatever the originals are, mine are too because I didn't change it. But I thought they were.
Oh, wait a minute.
So certain factories in the base game were built in with a shared function. So, like with in the case of this stone mill, they've used that function so that when it's producing, let me go into the actual production menu here quick. Yep. All right, so
All
when
the
it's
small ones have
producing,
it.
if you turn just lime on, you're going to get a whole lot of lime, but none of these products. If you turn them all on, they're going to share the amount of production off of the stones. But I thought the greenhouses themselves just worked where they would produce each thing. Of course, just not a lot of production itself. I mean, it doesn't matter. I just thought when I remembered looking at the XML, it didn't have that shared function turned on.
Maybe.
But this was probably before they updated the game too, so there's a good possibility they changed it.
Maybe it doesn't.
I mean, it would make sense to do it where it would slow down production if you have multiple things in there.
doesn't have it, but for some reason I thought that was because, well, one thing is the greenhouse uses a little bit different scripting too, so it might be built. But I don't see.
How's it going, Ryan K? How you doing this morning?
They might not. It'd have to be a test. I thought they did though. Shared it out. It's not tagged that way.
Yeah. I mean, I never fully tested it to see if one greenhouse would produce the same as another if you know, turn them all on type of thing, but
Right. Yeah,
my
but
little,
they
my
aren't
little
tagged separate. So they might all work.
system. My little weather system. Ba-doop, ba-doop.
I
Yeah,
put mine on the roof.
I'll tell you what. This thing here, when they first turned on the sounds for it, I didn't know it was supposed to have sound, and I had it sit next to my house, so when I spawned in on my chair, this was right there. I'm like, what in the heck is that noise? I'm running all over the place, like, what? Why am I getting this weird feedback in my mic? Like, what's going on? And then I realized it was the little weather vane thing. I was like, really? Okay. Okay. It was driving me like absolutely nuts. I was like, what the heck is this noise?
And I didn't even know it made a noise.
Well, it didn't when I first placed it. And then during the patch, they updated it so it makes a noise. The only reason I didn't put it on the roof is because there's like a little... I thought there was supposed to be like a little water collection thing, but maybe there isn't, and what I'll do is I will put it up on the roof.
Eh. You won't hear the noise.
You won't hear the noise, but I don't have to. I just put it down because it gives you the additional... When you're looking at the weather forecast, it'll give you an additional 12 hours worth of forecast.
Mm-hmm.
Which is kind of nice. So we are in January, working our way through, trying to...
That's something I should look and see how they coded.
What? Oh, like the little weather forecast thing?
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Can they add it? Can we make one that does 24 days? Or 24 hours?
Yeah, well, it gives you an
another
additional 12, so it brings it out to 24, yeah.
What if we could make one that was accurate out 3 days out? Ooh, now we're getting excited.
Does it lie like most weathermen? Probably me, Danny.
Yeah,
Probably.
most weathermen don't intentionally lie. They don't know how to do their job. No.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you're not wrong, Dave.
Actually, we had a
one of the
weatherman.
things I might do, since it's going to be a long time before I really... I'm running a 3-day season, Dark Matters. It's supposed to be on ×5 speed, but 3-day season. I think one of the things I might actually do, because it's going to be a while before I really utilize this whole flat area. My plan is this area that's not plowed up currently will become my cows, my sheep, my my pigs and stuff. Sorry, 3-day months, yes. So 9-day seasons. Thank you, Damos. It's one of those things, I'm so used to saying 3-day seasons, but months, brains are just wired backwards from 19. I think what I might do is set up a section over here where I'm going to grow some actual pine trees for logging towards like the carpentry and stuff like that. I might do a couple pallets worth over here or something like that of trees. It'll be out of the way of me as I start to produce my animal pens, and then by the time I need this space, the trees will be cleared out. It might be a good idea. I'll have to take out a... When did I take out the extra loan? I thought I'd paid that back. I never seem to get rid of that loan. Ever. Like, I had literally paid that back a bunch, too.
pay back your loans?
Yeah, well, I was. My goal is if I make income off of something, half of that income is going to go towards the loan. The other half will go towards me expanding my farm until I pay my loan down some. But I never seem to pay it down. Well, I think what had happened was I'd paid it down a bunch and then I needed some extra money for the greenhouses, so I borrowed more money back. That's probably what I ended up doing. Alright, I think what I'm going to do is I will run with the... looks like the eggs are going to go for a trip. I suppose I could use the bale trailer, but the eggs will go for a trip. Because the bale trailer doesn't actually have... Aw, it won't hook up. It should. It should hook up.
Now, who's up after you?
Big Daddy at 10, I think.
Oh my gosh, you gotta go all night.
Well, originally I was going to split the time with Yosho, but he had to back out because he's got to bring somebody to the airport today. And because of that, he's not going to be able to stream. So it's like no big deal. I'll cover to make sure we've got coverage. There we go. How's it going, Moon Pie Man? T Miller was not on the actual schedule.
He never is on Saturday.
Yeah,
Only
because
the Sunday.
he's got Aussie Wheels. Thank you for that, host. I appreciate it. Yeah, he's got church on Sundays. That's good to hear, Moon Pie Man. That is good to hear.
After next weekend, I might start plugging myself in on that schedule.
Oh, on Sundays or Saturdays?
Well, Saturday going into Sunday.
So
It'll just be 1 week in the month I can't do it.
about this time of the night, then.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, my wife gets up early on Sundays anyway, so me getting up early on Sunday, it's not a big deal, because she starts her work week on Sundays.
Right.
So she'll be actually getting up in about 5 hours for work. Need to schedule an appointment to go see the dentist. I've got apparently a hole developing in my tooth.
They suck, don't they?
Well, I only noticed it recently, but now I can feel it with my fingertip, right along the gum line. So I keep reaching up and playing with the rough spot with my tongue. Yeah, it's a good time.
Cut the crap out of your tongue.
No, it hasn't done that yet. It's literally just starting to become an issue, so it's like, alright, well, go get it taken care of. It has been like 4 years since I was last at the dentist.
Huh. Why is that?
My wife keeps dental insurance on me, so I might as well use the stupid stuff, right? A little bit. It's what I had handy, though, Iceman. But this will give me the chance to grab the tree planter on the front, 2 things of trees on the back, and then drive it all back to the yard. All in one shot. provided the tree pallets actually go on the trailer. That was one thing I found. Certain tree pallets don't actually have collision on the pallets with the trailer.
Hmm.
The willows, their pallet doesn't actually have a collision on it.
Oh, yeah.
The willows don't, but the maples do. I'm hoping the pines do. I know the pines are going to take a while to grow to full size, so I might as well get them planted.
No. Trouble.
I don't think that's ever going to happen, but it's a nice thought, Henry. Alright, like that. We need to go in here. Pallets. Tree saplings. It's the pines that I want. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them.
I'll be back in a little bit.
Yep.
Time to get my butt out of the chair.
Well, there's something else you should know then, Henry. I was messing around a little bit last night, because I don't know why, I just was bored. When I couldn't figure out the whole streaming thing, I was messing around with a bunch of other stuff. And, I have a new coffee cup on the way. I was playing around with the Streamlabs merchandise store. And I made myself a new coffee cup. Yep, I was playing around with it a little bit, Henry. I need to get my wife, who's a lot more creative than me, to help me design some stuff, but I figured what the heck. Unfortunately, they don't do plushies, which would be cool, but I did do a coffee cup with the dragon. Dragon on one side and the birth certificate on the other side. I think it came out alright. A 15-ounce coffee cup. So,
Why so small?
that's the biggest size they had.
Amateur hour.
I mean, it's Streamlabs merch store.
Oh, that's true.
And it's not like I'm working with an actual merch company that knows what they're doing type of thing. I'll wait till I make it a little bigger for that, you know?
Yeah, I understand now.
Let me get 1 million followers, then I'll worry about something like that. I was just messing around because it was like, now that I've got a higher concurrent viewership,
Yep.
I can do additional things with the OBS. And one of the things they go, well, if you want this level unlocked, you either have to have the premium account or you have to set up a merch thing. I'm like, why do I have to set up a merch thing? That's stupid.
Right.
But it worked to be able to... Alright, you know what? Fine. Coffee cup. You do coffee cups, coffee cup. Before I forget and drive all the way back without the stupid planter. I was just about to take off without the planter. Do you have a connection there, Mr. Matt? No, 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 no. Don't want to buy, I want to lease. I never used the thing enough to worry about buying it. If you have a connection and you want to send me a message with the link or something like that, then I'll certainly check it out. I've never given it any thought up until Streamlabs was like, hey, if you want to unlock these things, set up some merch to help your channel. I don't care about merch. Whatever. I actually, that's not a bad idea, Henry. Like I said, my wife's got a lot more ideas for that stuff than I do. I'm not very creative when it comes to that stuff. That's why I struggled for the longest time with any sort of badges and things like that, because... Glad I found Danny. Now I need to talk to her about a bunch of extra emotes, because, well, I need more emotes. Yeah, there's actually a local store. That's not a bad idea, Henry. There's a local place that it's all Maine-made stuff. Might be worth trying to link to the merch thing somehow. That's an interesting idea, Henry. Actually, as a matter of fact, that's a really good idea. Because they're a local store, I don't think they have a lot of online presence. Is there a way to get rid of certain trees without actually cutting them down? The
How
only
else
way
do
to
you
do that...
expect to get rid of them?
The only way to do that, Big Vito, would be to open your map, delete them out of the map, and start a new game. Well, I don't think they'll delete out of the map if you've already started, will they? So you'd have to delete them out of the map and then start a new save. Otherwise, you have to either cut them down or do something like the Trex, the Brucks, to get rid of them. Personally, I'd go with the Brucks. It's a lot cheaper. Works a lot better.
Okay.
Olay? What?
Said okay, not Olay.
Oh, I thought you said
I
Olay.
heard Olay.
That's what I thought.
I heard okay.
Okay, you were doing a road on the other side of the map for factory. Didn't want to have to drive all the way over to the... Yeah, no, there's no way to just, like, delete them out of the map without deleting them out of the map, but then you have to basically start a new save for them to go away.
Yep.
80 trees is probably too many, but we'll see. I want to say it's every 8 meters they plant, so we'll see. Really? Well, that seems like a problem. A record land sale, huh? What kind of record land sale are we talking about there, Henry? Alright there, Dark Matters. Oh, I know what you mean by meta. Just which one? That's what I was getting at. Which one? Alright, I'm at 1972. So about 10 meters. Republic Realm. People are stupid. I don't know what to say about that. Oh, there's others like Earth 2 and stuff like that, Henry.
$302 on my save. Oh, that really ain't nothing, cause on Ravenport, I think I got up to about 500 hours, and then I went to Felsbrunn and put almost 1,000 hours on that. Roughly. And then because of Dave, I started over. Again.
Because of Dave, right. It's Dave's fault.
It is. You know it as well as I do.
Nope, it's not Dave's fault.
I wouldn't have got a computer if it wasn't for Dave. I'd have been fine with what I had. I was perfectly fine with what I had.
You can go back.
No, I can't.
Yeah.
I've already got a computer. 2 of them.
Tell him.
Mm-hmm.
Right. If I do that, I could probably build a better one. Probably. No guarantees.
Alright, so now if I go to this set here, I can go right to here, drop it down. There you go. Just sent you a whisper. Perfect, Matt. I'll check that out when I'm done streaming. This'll be a nice little neat forest for harvesting wood out of. Keeping that carpentry and stuff going eventually. Quick question. Playing Uncharted, we're running out of fuel. What do you need to do to make fuel? Is there a way to buy fuel to start with? There is a way to buy fuel Surfing Cowboy, if you come into your construction menu, come into buildings, under containers, these first 4 containers all hold fuel, and they have a gear, they have the wrench icon where you can buy fuel into the container. So depending on how much you want to be able to get at a single time, depends on what, you can go with a bigger container if you want to be able to buy more at once. And then eventually you can work your way up to the Shell fuel factory to produce your own fuel. Oh, the Shell plant will do, Henry, but you need workers and stuff for the Shell plant. If you're just starting out, you might not have that. But those will work just as well, in my opinion. Go. Not a problem surfing. Yeah, that's actually one we get asked quite a bit. How do you get fuel to start out? He does from the PC there, Henry. Any plans for going over into other simulator games? Yeah. Eventually I'll do some other simulator games, but, 7 Days to Die, ATS, things like that, but this one just came out, and I'm really, really into Farm Sim, so... I've been sticking with Farm Sim.
It's the longest he's stayed on one game.
Oh, with the website, as in mods and stuff like that?
Always looking.
Oh, I bet.
I don't think Dave's planning on doing any other modding for simulator games currently, but
I'm
you
not.
never know.
I won't be modding for other myself. But if modders are,
Yeah.
they're more than welcome to contact me. And
Well, no, 7 Days to Die isn't necessarily a simulator game, but it's another game I would potentially go into. But as far as making mods, I don't think anybody's got any plans for doing that, so...
if I was to mod a game, 7 Days to Die would be so would Satisfactory and Arc when the new version comes out.
When Arc 2 comes out, yeah.
Too.
I've dabbled in mods for other games, Henry. Nothing I would ever publish, it's just dabbling in a tweak here, a tweak there, or something like that.
Right.
Is my audio working? Okay, yeah. Never mind. I was scrolled down the audio list and was panicking for a second. I'm using Vehicle Control add-on, Iceman. If you do exclamation VCA, you can get the direct download link for this. I would say talk to Dave there, EJB.
It's possible.
Yeah, it is possible. Absolutely. Yep.
Why are you not planting?
I got bales back in here again.
That's weird. I just did 100-something bales the other day, and I got no bales in my store.
I got 7 back in here.
Wow.
I don't know what's causing
No.
that.
In this case, vehicle control add-ons automatically there. You don't buy it for the tractors. I find it a lot easier to set up my lines, and that's why I've stuck with it. I enjoy this one a little bit better than I do the guidance steering.
I think I got the same thing X-Men does. Cough for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
Did you get the vid?
Vid? No, I didn't. I never got that. I just well, I don't think so, but I've had this cough for about as long as COVID's been around. But I think it might be. Maybe there is mold that I don't see in this apartment or something, because when I went away, like I said, to the wedding, I didn't have the problem anymore.
Yeah,
Just here.
my bathroom. I've got to redo my bathroom again, but it's not going to be an easy chore to do. Yeah, I like the way they did the lines with this one. You can set it up so you have the tall lines, the shorter lines. The lines can you can set it up so they only show up when you want them to. As far as like if you're not actively moving around, the lines will disappear for you. There's I don't know. There's just a lot of benefits for it that I like, and because I was already getting used to it when guidance steering came out, I just stuck with this. There we go. Brand new trees. I did have to get a tree mod to be able to plant more trees, but oh, my telehandler's still on, so it thinks it's going in reverse right now. Beep 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 beep. Yep, sounds about right. Ah, fence. There is a limit on how many trees you can, not that you can plant per se, but how many can be active on the, like, if there's so many trees on the map, it won't let you plant any more trees until you remove some trees off the map. And that's what I was running up against, is that I had to remove some trees before I could plant any more. And I wanted to be able to plant some of my decorative trees without having to go crazy removing a ton of trees off the map. Especially since I don't own a lot of the forestry areas yet.
Yeah, you have to be under 10,000 trees to plant them, and there's 12,000. So if you want to remove 2,500, you can plant it.
Yeah, I didn't want to wait that long, so
I know.
Well, it's a performance thing. You got to remember they have to balance the performance of this game on all platforms. So if you make it so you can plant 30,000 trees on a map, consoles aren't going to like it as much. And for that reason, they have to be able to balance out that performance so that consoles perform well and, you know, everything else performs just as well. I need to find a spot to set up a workshop. Actually, over there might be a good spot for a workshop, now that I'm thinking about it. $45,000 for a workshop? Yikes. Yeah, I might set up a workshop over here or something like that. I don't know. Where do I want to put you? Maybe I'll put you into the hillside like I did before. Over here in the corner. Morning there, Rusty Bullet. How are ya? It's kind of where I'd stuck it before, was into the hillside over here. Get rid of that tree landscape a little bit. Set this in right over here. That might be where I stick that. I'm doing pretty good this morning. And then there was this. Ah, good. Yes, you did the... What do you mean not enough money? It says 23.5. I've got 23.5.
It's
You have to
because
take in
of
consideration the height of the ground has
landscape.
to be changed.
Not in free mode, the landscape won't change. In free placement
You
mode,
got
it won't
that.
landscape.
It should.
No, when you're going into the
No,
free placement mode, because it lets you put buildings on buildings, it won't landscape for the buildings.
yeah, it doesn't landscape, but it might still detect how much the landscape would cost if you...
The Boss Beard, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing this morning? Because I had to do that with this one over here because they're placed a little bit into the ground. And in free placement mode, it didn't affect the landscape back here.
Yep.
The B Shep, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing today? So I'm just curious why it was... I mean, it's not a big deal. I don't need it right now. I was just going to try and place it because I had the money. But I
Take
want
out a
to...
loan.
Oh, I've got enough of a loan. Doing alright? That is good to hear there, B-Shop. And Throcky, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you this morning? Yeah, this is going to be my little, you know, a little containment area type of thing for... Thought it made a nice little spot. But this is why I originally was thinking about having the, like the paver type look for the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Nice little walkway with some pavers or something in there. 1.525 million. Yep, yep, it's up there. Now I want to pay it off though. Or at least pay it down a ways. Alright, it is January. What do I have for products, what do I want to sell? The sorghum bar, or the sorghum and oat I want to bring to the grain mill once I get it. Were you planning on adding the soybean oil after we mentioned it the other day, or no?
Some point, but it's not in there right now. It'll be in the, yeah, I was thinking the soybean and grapeseed will probably be coming in that. I just didn't know if I wanted it second tier or third tier.
Grapeseed?
Yeah, another oil tech. But that's coming in after the winery, because you're going to take the seeds from the winery.
Oh, yeah, grape seeds from the... Gotcha. I was like, grapeseed? What the heck? Grapeseed?
And actually, I
But
think
grapeseed, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think one of the next ones I might work on is whiskey, baby. Got everything that
Cottonseed
needs
oil.
to be for whiskey. There's cottonseed oil too. I didn't even think about that. What is cottonseed oil used?
Isn't that for like doing
I
like furnitures and stuff like that or something? Or
yeah. Ooh. Furniture cotton.
yeah, making lacquer for the... How's it going there? Acadil?
Yeah, I'll have
55?
to look and figure out other production.
Alright, it is winter time. There's not a lot to do, not a lot to sell right now, so...
I don't think cottonseed oil would be made in an oil factory with the food oils. I don't know.
Yeah, probably not. How's it going there, zombie guy? How are you this morning?
I still don't have the fill type limit breaker. I don't know where that was. I have to.
The fill type one?
Yeah. He said he tested the last year's. It might work.
Oh, brew.
Oh.
Yeah, because we're gonna hit that 256 at some point.
Yeah.
The rate I'm going. Probably added
probably wouldn't
40
be a good
already.
idea. Wouldn't be a bad idea to grab the water trailer and top everything off quick. No, I do not play Among Us. Good morning, Amethyst Neon. How are you?
Morning,
Yeah.
Amethyst.
Why are you doing that? There. If I needed to buy it, I can buy it. Ta-da! I might redo this fence at some point, but it'll work for now. Just watched your first movie in a long time. How's it going, Tigris? How you doing this morning? How is it up in the county? What movie was that there, Neon? Morning, Bauer. Cottonseed oil is a type of cooking oil as well as an ingredient in some natural insecticides. Interesting. Going to look at using that when you load up the farm later, using the F5 key to get them. It is very handy, Aussie Wheels. I've found it very handy for keeping nice straight lines of things. Legend of the Ten Rings, what'd you think of it? I liked it. Cottonseed oils? Oh, it's linseed oil that I was thinking of, not cottonseed oil.
What's a Lin?
I have no idea where you get linseed oil from, but that's the one I was confusing it with.
Yeah,
Calling
right.
for rain before it cools off enough to snow. Well, rain never hurt nobody. It's just when it gets nasty as it turns from rain to snow and gets all icy. Trying to eyeball something, lines are never straight. Yeah. Any presidents, all founding fathers. Did not know that, Akadil. Oh, from flaxseed. Gotcha. Wait, wasn't flax one of the things that we did in 19? Or am I thinking
No,
of...
it was one of the things we thought about, but did it.
Oh, gotcha. Yep. She died New Year's Eve. Yeah. I am really starting to like this joystick for doing anything with bucket loader work. So did you not do because you got so much... nice me, Danny. Nice.
Just
Yeah.
read it.
Yeah, so did we not do it for getting too much flax for it?
What it came down to, I think, is it was too. Well, we didn't have a lot of fruit types to begin with. We ran out, so we stopped making them. That was probably the biggest reason why.
Yeah. You're not wrong. Time to go get some water. Thank you there, Big Vito, for that hydrate. Dave's large force on Wolf Creek as FDR is set to release his first group of... Nice, Tigris. And good morning.
Morning, whoever that was.
Yeah.
Oh, hey,
Oh,
Jeb.
it's Jack.
Hey guys.
What's up? What's up?
Just doing some plowing.
Ah,
Did you move up to the 2 meter? Or you're still at like a 1.5.
Let me look.
It's a half meter. Get it right.
got the horse in front of that plow.
Right.
I
You
wish I
did.
could get a horse in front of my plow.
You could probably do it if you made the horse on as a vehicle.
Yeah, you'd have to make a horse a vehicle. The problem is getting the legs to move. It's a 1.2 meter plow.
What?
Told ya.
Oh,
Hey, if I'm going to be the bike for a vintage, I got a reputation to uphold.
mm-hmm.
I'm glad this thing's got a lot of horsepower because it is struggling to pull this trailer right now. There's only one.
Once you see my harvester, it's only 45 horsepower to pull.
Yep. Hey, to each their own. That's the great thing about Farm Sim. You can play however you want to play. Everybody's got their own style, and great thing is, well, Farm Sim manages to hit just about all of those by the time you add in the mods and stuff.
For a second, I thought you were going to say, and I don't have to pick his style.
No, I mean,
that too.
I don't expect anybody to play the way I do.
We did that. Did you know that, Jeb? Back in 2013, one of our starts, we started with all the vintage equipment. 12 people on a server, 4x map. It took a half hour to drive our tractor from the center of the map to the edge to get the fuel. And by the end of the first month, everybody never wanted to see a vintage tractor again.
Is that kind of like no one wants to see poplars?
Yeah, kinda.
I
Yeah.
didn't have a problem with it.
Oh, here's somebody else. Stop.
Same.
Mr. Lewis. Just can remember those days. Remember the vintage start that we did? Same.
Yep.
Yeah. Once we got past that, we never went back. They were cool little tractors.
Or about the time you changed the grass textures, so we had to plow the entire map.
Mm-hmm. That happens.
Yeah, the texture in the growth stage or something. Number
Yeah,
of stages.
Yep. That's kind of the stuff we're dealing with now. Every time we add a new group type, we got a extra issue.
I didn't quite put these close enough together.
I'm wondering if I could do
Hmm.
I'm wondering if we could do like vine crops like blueberries. I think all we need is a graphic change on that. But I don't know. I'm gonna have to try. We changed the grapes to blueberries.
Coffee beans.
Yeah, well, that's one thing. A little bit harder to change a grape into a coffee bean.
Right.
Round's round.
Round is round.
But they're not round.
Well, grapes aren't round either. Grapes and coffee beans are roughly the same size.
I've never seen a coffee bean the size of a grape.
Right. Grapes are pretty big.
And blueberries aren't the size of grapes either, but at least they're closer in color.
I've got some blueberries on my bushes out front that are about the size of some grapes I've seen.
Yeah.
Swap out the deer for llamas.
Alpacas.
That's one way to get alpacas in. The wild alpacas.
Maybe we can extend that neck bone up a little bit and turn it white and call it a llama. Maybe stretch the legs. I don't know.
Evil Reyes is saying when they're on the plants, they're pretty big. Then they get dried and roasted.
Hmm.
Yeah, they look like red grapes when you pick them.
Hmm.
You don't remember the old Juan Valdez commercials? Where he was picking the coffee beans by hand with his burro.
I usually get up during the commercials and get a drink or something.
Yeah.
Who's Juan Valdez? I'm only, I'm
A
only-
commercial during the 70s.
Oh my gosh, 70s?
They're in the 70s.
Yeah, I wasn't paying
70s, early
I know
80s.
who I know who Juan Valdez is.
Yeah, I remember those.
We're not all
Yeah.
as
People
old as
used
you
to
are there, Jeb.
Right.
I'm not as old as Jab, and I know what it is.
I know I've heard of Juan Valdez, but I never paid attention to. I hate to coffee.
Yeah. Tigris said it. Tigris said their mind doesn't go that far back, Jeb.
Everything was black and white.
I believe it.
To
First,
some people, it still is.
yeah.
What's
Uh-huh.
gray?
Hey,
What's gray?
You know, it's
First-
wonderful. I remember what the world was like before Boone was born.
Ouch. How's it going there, Only Cats TTV?
Those
Thank
were
you
the
for
good old
following.
days.
Welcome to the channel. How are you doing today?
I remember when I was younger, the first TVs I remember were black and That's. I can
And we
remember,
got 3 channels.
I can remember getting that first color TV.
That first color TV.
Mm-hmm.
Currently
Because I
raining
took-
tacos in Texas right now. There you go.
Because I took the old black and white TV that it replaced and put it in my bedroom, and I was still fine with it back
Yep. Oh wait, that's snow. Yeah, I hope they find a way so that you can take the greenhouses and other productions and be able to collapse them into the list.
then. 1980.
I was born in the beginning of the 80s, not even.
I was born before the 70s.
Well, you're old.
I'm older
Yeah,
than
this-
dirt.
The 1570s.
I was born
Ooh,
before Woodstock.
the 1570s.
My
That-
parents
that's
probably conceived
mean.
me at Wood.
18-inch Hitachi was black and white.
Possible.
Yep.
No, not me. Because I was born in '66.
There you go,
So,
Dave. Looking coffee.
it's-
Looking streamer talk.
Streamer
Jeb throwing up.
talk. Making me tab out again. Better be good.
That's coffee before it's dried and roasted.
Yeah.
It looks just like a grape.
Yeah, yep.
It's even green.
Very
there you
similar.
go.
Yeah, but the grapes in the game don't stay green. That's the thing. I can't figure out the textures on those.
Oh, hang on a second. You want a red one? Hang on, I'll get you one.
No,
Because the grapes turn purple. Or
the grapes
bluish.
are very purpley bluish. They're much
Yeah.
closer to blueberries.
Bought your first
And the
color
rest of-
television in 2004, Bauer? Wow.
Did I wear a bell? No, I did not wear a bell.
You sure did. Don't let him lie to you.
No.
And butterfly collars.
Yes.
Platform shoes.
No.
Good.
Dave's like,
I
yes,
could see him
no,
rocking it
no,
all.
yes. Alright. There's not a lot to do until the end of the winter time, so let's get this over with, shall we?
I came from a family of 9. I wore whatever my brothers thought was fashionable. Because I never got new clothes when I was a kid. It was always the hand-me-downs.
Yeah. It happens. I was the oldest, so that, and it was just me and my sister, so it's not like there was really any hand-me-downs in my household.
Yep. I was third, so I had 2
It's-
older brothers that the clothes just got passed down to me, and I wonder, by the time they got through me, 3 kids, the next one below me got all new clothes too. Just,
Yeah.
So you were the end of the first trilogy.
Right, exactly. And the funny thing is, we really consider us 3 trilogies in our household. You got the We had the big kids, the middle kids, and the little
Not-
kids. That's the
Not
three,
quite there,
and
Hyper.
three.
So who was Jar Jar?
Who was Jar Jar? I don't even know who Jar Jar is, so I don't get that reference.
Jar Jar Binks, Star Wars.
I don't watch Star Wars. I know it's.
We've had
sad
this
he
conversation
was
like several
hated.
times now.
I didn't mind Jar Jar, but he was absolutely hated by the die-hard Star Wars fans.
I still say he was a Sith Lord.
You used to get them off your cousins. Heck, I still get them from my brother-in-laws. Hey, you got extra clothes? I'll take them.
Nothing wrong with being frugal.
Yeah.
And now it snowed. Greenhouses are all covered in snow.
Only Star Wars characters I can remember are Chewbacca, Darth Vader, and R2-D2 and C-3PO. Oh, Princess Leia, I guess. I watched the original Star Wars movie. I just didn't like it. I saw it in the theater when I was 12, when it first came out. The first movie I ever saw, as a matter of fact. In a theater. And it probably because it went with all my brothers and sisters at the time. And I think that one of my brothers threw up on me from eating too much candy. And that wasn't a pleasant part either. It was just not a pleasant experience. I can't remember which one threw up. But, you know.
The thing that made Jar Jar interesting was Jar Jar as a Sith. Snoke theories, yeah. Yeah, a lot of people had theories that he was some sort of Sith, because, like, he was either too lucky or too, like, inherently dumb for it to not have been some sort of troll on the part of the directors. There we go. Like so, our greenhouses are still topped off. Oh, what was he really dumb, or was that an act? Well, and that's where all the theories came from, is all the different things that he managed to do in the movies, and it's like there's no way that's luck or just, you know, whatever the case. So maybe he is a Sith Lord, you know? He ends up becoming a member of the Republic Council or whatever there. Like, come on. The guy's dumber than a box of rocks, and he weasels himself into a position of political power like that.
Hey, it's just like real life.
You're not wrong. How's it going there, Andreas Liam, I'm going to say. Please let me know if I got that right, so I don't butcher your name inadvertently. What is it, Jar Jar Binks? Jar Jar Binks. He's a Star Wars character from episode 1, 2, and 3. I don't think he was in 3 much. It was mostly 1 and 2.
I was really hoping he would be a Force ghost.
No, that's episode 4, Road Train.
Episode
So
5.
it's 5.
Oh, Empire
4
Strikes
was
Back.
New Hope.
Yeah, New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, and then... what was the last one?
Return of the Jedi.
Return of the Jedi, there you go. It's been too long since I've actually looked at the names of the movies. That's right, yeah, New Hope. Yeah. It's too early in the morning, man. Alright, it's too early in the morning. Not a problem there, Andreas. Alright, next day through the winter. Let's get through this. Let's get to March when there's actually going to be some exciting things to do.
You have animals?
No, well, I mean, I've got chickens. That's all I've got right now for animals. So the chickens don't really, you know, I mean, they don't really eat a lot, so... I can actually skip quite a few days before I've got to do anything with the animals as far as putting, like, food into there. Yeah, see, now I've got to go give the chickens some food. I got a couple of egg pallets to move. Star Wars nerd or looking it up. One of the two. And I'll admit, I like Star Wars, but I'm not like the super nerd about Star Wars, that's for sure.
What about Harry Potter?
I watch Harry Potter. Again, not a super Harry Potter fan, you know. I've watched the movies, I've read the books. My wife got me the newest book, and I never actually read it yet. The Cursed Child, or whatever it's called there. Yeah, I'm liking it quite a bit, Nubionics. I also like, what is it there? Firefly, Serenity. That was a good series. Farscape was a good series. I watched a lot of original Battlestar Galactica back in the day because it was on reruns.
Buck Rogers?
Nope, I'm not that old.
No, not the first Buck Rogers, the second one.
Didn't know they even got that far. Jab?
They had, what was it, Buck Rogers in the 21st Century? Was that the one that had Aaron Gray in it?
Yep.
You got me.
Oh, she was a hottie. It had the talking robot. It was on the same time Battlestar Galactica was on.
Well, a lot of it in my case was because my dad would, he did, a lot of his TV was rerun TV type stuff, so. Duck Dodger's nice. How's it going there, Diesel?
Duck Dodgers and Marvin the Martian.
Yep. Howard the Duck. I remember Howard the Duck.
Oh, that was an awful movie.
Alf. Mork and Mindy. Just on break, stopping in to say hi. Are you still going to be streaming after 10 o'clock so I can come wake you up again? Oh, I got him good yesterday. He almost jumped out. He almost fell backwards out of his chair. I walked in, played a Leroy Jenkins. He about fell out of his chair. Tom Baker.
Believe it.
Well, he had it turned up pretty high, so he hit, why not? Then he takes a quick break. He's playing Icarus. He goes on break for a few minutes, comes back, and a hyena had eaten its way into his little house and killed him while he was gone. Like that, that was pretty funny, watching him get killed by the hyena. The hyena ate him. Yeah, I never really got into the Doctor Who series. Oh no, you were gone for a while. I watched it eat its way right through the wall and then come into your base and kill you. He was standing there with a torch in his hand. I kept hoping that it would set the hyena on fire and the hyena would run around his base, but it didn't. Unfortunately. That would have been funny too. Come back to everything on fire.
Yeah, you are pretty good at burning stuff down, aren't you?
I wasn't playing Icarus, that was Diesel Viking. Not into the crop, please, thank you. Well, you're the one that was building out of wood. Don't claim wall hacks when you're the one building out of wood. Pay attention. PG there, they'll die of a Viking. There we go. That should take care of the water on all of those for a bit. It's almost March, I can plant. Yes, the AI can see through it, but it doesn't mean they can attack you through it. Oh no, it's this way I gotta go. Oh, I try to go a little bit. I haven't seen them eat through stone like the wolves and stuff. I didn't think they could. I know the bears could get through stone, but I didn't think the wolves and hyenas could tear through the stone. Maybe they changed it. I don't know. All right. Pay down the loan a titch. There we go. John. It could be. Like I said, I'm just trying to remember from beta when I was doing stuff, but it's been a little while since then, you know? You know what I mean? Alright, let's see if there's any... Ooh, couple of cotton sewing contracts. I'll take those quick. Might as well take those. Make a little bit of money sewing some cotton quick. Maybe it's that stone just won't get damaged by the storms. Like windstorms and stuff. I just know there's something I liked about the stone. There we go. And it's field 34 and 56. Gus Denero, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing? Shivers. Shivers no fun. I appreciate that. You have yourself a good one too there, Gus. Where Oh yeah, 34 is out behind the store. 56 should be down the other road. So have you come up with a new sound effect for the baseball stadium there yet, Dave?
No, I haven't.
Alright, have some fun there, Diesel. By the time 1989 rolled around, you lost track of Doctor Who and was getting into Star Trek Next Generation. Star Trek Next Generation was pretty good. Though I preferred Voyager for Janeway and 7. But that's me. I never really got into Deep Space Nine. The new Enterprise was decent. I have not gotten into Discovery, I think it is. Simply because of I don't have the service to stream it on. Ugh. But yeah. Next Generation with Picard, Worf, Riker. Yeah. Yeah, Jerry... Oh, what was her name? Jerry something or other, I think.
Jerry Ryan.
Jerry Ryan, thank you. Yeah, 7 of 9. One of my crushes as a teen, we'll say. Ooh, I should probably find a place to put my tailor shop and go get all of the fabric that I've been making. I completely forgot that I bought the spinnery. Well, I had a cotton harvesting contract that went to the spinnery, so I turned in the contract, which gave me a bunch of money for all the wool I dropped off. And I used that wool to then buy the spinnery, which was full because of all the wool that just got dropped off. So it's just been producing fabric over there for, half a year now. I probably have it all piled up on the ground.
That's a loophole. Sell it off, buy the building, and then you get all the profits from the product sold.
It is a loophole, yes. But in my case, it was I got the money for the cotton contract, and I wanted to actually buy the spinnery with it anyway, so... Thank you for that follow, Airbus
that was an
Fan 82.
intended game design.
You
How you
think?
doing?
If they didn't want it to work that way, they wouldn't have made it work that way.
Stupid way to make it work.
I mean, it does only work once. Once you buy the building, that's it. You own the building.
Yeah, but you just sold all the stuff to it. Now you get it full of all the stuff you just...
I didn't make that much money. In my case, it was most of it went to the contract, and I had a partial bale left over that was, my yield from the contract, so to speak.
Should have it so when you buy a building.
Yeah, who knows? It's probably something that could get changed in an update, for all we know, too.
I'd like them to fix the factory extensions.
Yeah, the factory extensions first, and the ability to sell to it in multiplayer would be my first fix.
My very, very first fix will be the trees. Though.
Well, yeah, making sure the trees get fixed so that they don't blow up all over the place. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
What do you use to plant on a seed bed? Depends on what you want to plant for a crop there, Easy Cryptic. Anything can plant into a seed bed, though. Yes, pal hits. If you own the spinnery and you have a cotton harvesting contract that delivers to the spinnery, you will get all of the yield put into your spinnery. You want to plant soybeans? Well, then you can use any planter or seeder that you want to that has the soybean symbol. 1 second here while I do this hydrate. And if you come in here, see seeders can do soybean. Well, that's not a seeder, but any seeder can do soybean. And planters can also do soybean. And thank you for that follow. Welcome to the channel. You too there, Boom.
Have a good night.
Yeah.
Night, Boom.
Have a good one.
Night, boom.
Hey, boom.
Good night.
Not a problem, Easy Cryptic. If you have any more questions, just ask. That's the great thing about seedbed is all the prep work's done. It doesn't matter if it's direct seed or not, you can still plant into it. How's it going there, Kevkaz?
Hey, Kev.
No need to yell, Boom. Ooh, it's after the first of the year. Has Kevcast started streaming again? Because he said he was going to start streaming again after the first of the year, did he not?
Say which year?
Your volume's down very low. Yeah, I'm sure you heard me. When are you streaming again next there, Kevcast?
We can't raid you if we don't know when you're streaming.
Have a good night there, Tigris.
Hey, Tigris.
It is 2 in
Night.
the morning, so I can understand that. Ruined 2 fields of corn yesterday. Oh yeah, you chaffed him by accident, didn't you there, Kev? Remember hearing you say that. Oh, is that when you're going to start streaming again, when Dave releases the map?
No, that's not this year. No, I'm only kidding.
This one, Iceman, is off of the SGA website. It was done by Billy. I just slowed it down a lot. Billy had it turned up a little bit.
You know, Billy likes his stuff on steroids.
Not as
Bolts a
bad
whole
as
lot and
Badland.
it runs fast.
How's it going there, John Rage? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel there, John Rage. How are you doing this morning? That contract is done there. Let's go top off the seed quick, or get it mostly topped off. Actually, I've got enough. I'll do. How do you change the working speeds of the implements? You can do it in the XML. Jab on one side, Billy on the other side of the coin. I'm doing pretty good. surprised there's only 2 fields that want to be planted in cotton right now. Papa Smurf site. Go. Oh, it will do corn. For chaff. The Chrome Big X is a forage harvester, Kev. Forage means it's going to turn it into chaff for making silage. See, if I come in here to forage harvesters, there's the Chrome Big X. It just makes chaff. So when you put your forage header on it, it says it does all kinds of stuff, but it's just going to turn it into chaff. Not a problem there, Easy Cryptic. Like I said, if you have any more questions, pop them in the chat. Well, get yourself a bunker silo, turn it into silage, and you make all kinds of money off it.
All right, I'm heading out, guys.
All right,
have
there,
a good
Jeb.
night, Jeb.
All right, Jeb. Have a good
Night, Jeb.
The baler with the cool colors is on the SGA website. It is made by Billy Alpaca, and it's just the bale wrapper. So you did 3 fields with snow on them. Straw swath was on. Thought nothing of it till you drove into that happened to boom there, Heels. Yep. Harvesting fields with the snow turned on, and you're trying to drop straw swath. Well, it's not going to drop on top of snow. And then when you drive off the field and there's an area without the snow, it all unloads from the back of the combine. Giant pile. That happened to Boom at one point in early access. He was sitting there and the snow melted away, and all of a sudden the entire combine ended up on a giant pile of straw. Wow. Yep, it's gonna go for a while. Alright, I think I should be able to get 4 more bags. Oh, 3 more bags. Oh, come on, really? Say, don't give me that. 45 and 74. 45 is... Alright, we'll hit that one, then spin around and go the other way. Excuse me, Mr. Black Car. Be that way. Really? Nice stop. I think I picked out the piece of property I want to pick to start putting the government building on, but it's gonna be a fairly expensive piece of property. It's 400 grand, I think. I love how all of these terms get blocked by the, like, race terms, this, that, the other thing, because we're speaking farming terms, and the auto mod thinks it's bullying terms and this and that and the other thing. We're a farming channel, people. Dad, sounds like you need more than one cotton picker finished. Definitely sounds like you need more than one cotton picker for that field. Oh, you're just doing the contract? Well, it's a big contract then, apparently. How much that contract paying you finished? $129 grand, that's a pretty decent contract, yep. I'd say that's worth doing. Oh, that's why this thing shut off. The battery's dead. I charge my little humidifier thingy. That's better. What trees give the best profit? I would say the spruce or pine trees, Dragon. They're going to give you the best profit in total because they're going to have the longest, straightest logs out of them. Which one specifically, I don't know. I haven't tested that in 22 to see which one grows the tallest. Snowman in the tree. Some force machine. I don't think it's a bug per se, Dragon. I think what it is the size of the tree isn't set properly in it. But they're only meant to do things like the pines and the spruce that are straight trees. They're not meant to actually cut a lot of like the elms and oaks and things like that that are more decorative trees. But I have not done much forestry at all in 22. Primarily because of the tree bug. I don't want to have trees getting bugged out on me. Hopefully they patch that soon, but I know they've had the last couple weeks off, so. Imagine they'll be back to work tomorrow. It seems like it does affect all trees to an extent, Surfing Cowboy, but mostly the deco trees. From my experience, anyway. I know JD had one of the spruce trees act up on Uncharted when he was trying to cut it. It went all wonky. Do-do-do-do. Should finish this field on this pass. There we go. Can't tell if that's weeds or if that's a planted field with weeds. Yeah, it's a planted field with weeds. That one over there is all weeds. Done quite a few trees. You think you've only had 3 explode so far? Yeah. I know on Elm Creek I did 80 or 100 something trees, and I only had like 3 of them explode, but it was enough at that point that I was like, this is annoying. I'm surprised it's only that high. And how are you this morning there, Mara Zilwicki? doing good. That's good to hear. I need to think of something for breakfast at some point so I can take my pills. Probably just end up eating some bread or something.
Yeah, it's time for me to get to bed. I am busted.
It's only 2. You're usually up to like 4.
Yeah. And I get up early and I start all over. 2
There you
o'clock's
go.
enough today.
There you go. I caught that sign.
We'll catch you guys in the
What
morning.
is
You'll
the
probably
best
still be
of
on.
for PC? Best
All
of
right, take
what?
care.
Night,
Have
Dave.
a good one, Dave. For Farm Sim, are you talking mods? Are you talking? Because even that, there's all kinds of different mods to do. That are you talking combine mods or tractor mods, or what's your preference for things? Are you a John Deere fan? Are you a Kloss fan? Are you a Fendt or a Case or a New Holland fan? It's not just as simple as best of mods. I would say though, as far as mods go, if you're just looking for a general best of, Power Tools is very handy for being able to do testing. Advanced gameplay settings is nice. Vehicle control add-on. The Roland pack is really nice. There's some John Deere mods that are pretty nice, but I'm a John Deere fan, so for me, I like those. But again, if you're not a John Deere fan, I would recommend these would all be on the in-game mod hub or FS22 modhub.com. There's also some really nice ones on the SGA website. !SGA will get you there for the mods, but yeah, you're not going to find mods on Steam per se. Yeah, see, I never really did that stuff with the enhanced vehicle. I know that was a big one in 19, but I never got into that mod. Alright. How are we looking here? Still churning away at that. I've only got 3 pallets of fabric over here. Okay. What are you doing on my property? Go away. Go away. Yeah, see, the heading and stuff I get from the vehicle control add-on, so I don't really need the enhanced vehicle. Not only that, your mini-map will tell you your heading, too. Ow. If I wanted to place the tailor shop... Oh, it's $100,000 for the tailor shop, and that's a pretty big building. stupid autosave. Collecting signs now. Well, I think it's just going to be best to hop on into the next month. Get into March. And then we can start get my grass planted, start getting some of this other stuff done. So once we hit March... Wow, millet doesn't come up until way over there. Holy cow. Be a lot more planting contracts to do. I gotta get my grass field planted. And rolled. March the 1st. Time to plant some grass. Normally, Iceman, I haven't with any of my fields currently because I was just concerned with getting them expanded to the sizes that I wanted. So I didn't really bother too much with the mulching and stuff like that. Of course, this field's gonna get a little messed up because I'm attaching it to another one, but the mulching, yeah, I could agree with that. It is a little much for the 2.5% you get for it, considering the size of the mulchers. But if you've got the horsepower to get the big roller, it doesn't really take long to roll a field with that. I agree, but mulching is kind of bad. It takes a long time. It's one thing if you've got smaller fields and you just want to set a worker off doing it. But for the 2.5%, I don't think I'm going to do it in the future myself. I've got a mulcher, but I'll probably at this point just bring it to the store and sell it.
I'm not sure how many, but there are mulching corn heads in the store.
I think that's a modded thing.
Right, but they're on the mod hub.
Yeah. And corn heads, not... Michael Gresset, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing this morning? show you the ATV. I don't have an ATV. Michael. Good morning, Mike Streams. I don't have any of the ATV mods, Michael Gressett. And the only vehicles that are in here for me right now are a couple of the UTVs, but I don't have any ATVs. No, this map is not yet available to the public. I'm doing closed beta testing on it right now to help out Dave. And I'm not going to run out and download the ATV mods. Most of them have a lot of errors, and I refuse to download mods full of errors. Not a problem, B-Shep? That is one thing with a lot of, you'll find with a lot of the brand name vehicles, ATVs, things like that, people will just throw out mods to put them out, and they won't fix the issues. They'll come with a lot of errors that will do very bad things to your save game. And for that reason, I won't download them. I know I've already had to go and clean out a bunch of mods from my son's game because he did the same thing. He downloaded a bunch of mods just willy-nilly, and before you know it, I was having to go fix his game because he had, 2 trucks, an ATV, and a few other mods that were all throwing errors in his game. And he had to delete his save game, start over, and of course take a bunch of mods out. There's the only way to do that is through your log file, Shep. You can access your log file by going to your save game area, your Documents, My Games, Farming Simulator 2022. You've got a log file right here you can open up, and if you read down through, you can find things that will say warning or error. Let's see if I see warning. This one here is actually a Giants error, but as I scroll down through, I'll find other warnings and errors potentially, and if you see those, it's best to just get rid of the mod. Because generally speaking, those mods that have errors can break your save game. Just not worth it. Not a problem, B-Shep. That's what we're here for. I am very happy that they fixed the grass seeding issue. Because I can't imagine how much seed I would use on this field otherwise. There would be a lot of seed used on this field for sure.
Yeah, there would.
I have to run one more path up along this edge, I think.
Alright.
Maybe not.
I
You off
think
to
that's
bed
it
too?
for me tonight. Yeah.
Alright, there, NBC.
Have a good night, NBC.
Have a good night, guys. Yep. Take
You
care.
too.
Good night.
Well, I got it all. That's a good thing. Sowing cotton, oat, not doing potatoes. I will do that contract though. hit the old refresh on the contracts here for a bit. Yeah, there's some contracts in here worth doing. That field 70 sowing contract with oat, I'm accepting that. Not doing any potato sowing, I'm sorry. This is vehicle control add-on. Exclamation VCA will get you the direct download link, PC only. Me personally, I prefer this one over guidance steering. It doesn't cost you money per tractor. It's a lot easier for me to set up my lines, to do my lines. It's just the one that I got comfortable with when 22 came out. That's just how I have it set up. I can have it lower if I want. I can have it so that it, if it's inactive, it hasn't changed at all, they'll disappear. See, it'll pop up for a minute while I'm switching around. And then it'll disappear again once it's switched around. There's a lot of different options that you can set it to. I just usually leave it on so I can make sure I'm getting the right overlap and spacing on my rows. Not a problem, Coffee. I also like the fact that at the end of the rows, as you've noticed, I've just been spinning around. It's left Alt A, left Alt D will switch to the next row automatically. And you can set it so you can space those out if you want to skip rows for narrower equipment. It's pretty handy for that. Oh, there we go. Just looked at mine. You have a warning on a Ford 2021. It depends on what the warning is, Shep. Do you know what it says for a warning? So, some warnings aren't as bad as some others. No max update distance is set for active, dirty, moving parts, and another one mentioned sounds. Yeah, basically what it's telling you is it's not going to get dirty. Actually, no max update distance is set for active, dirty, moving parts. Yeah, I would get rid of that mod because it means you're going to see it from across the map getting dirty. The sounds thing, it means they never took the time to actually update it properly. Basically, they just ripped it from 19 into 21, didn't bother to check any of the errors, and put it out. They probably pulled it into 20, or sorry, not 21, 22. They probably pulled it into 22, fixed the shader issues, and just stuck it on the mod hub without ever looking at the log file. Unfortunately, there's a lot of modders that have been doing that. It's especially prevalent in a lot of cases with any of the, like I said, name brand trucks, Ford, Chevy, Dodge. Typically, a lot of those will have issues. And that's one thing to keep in mind, Shep. A lot of people might download it, and they may not leave bad reviews, but it doesn't mean that the mod's a good mod. Your best defense is always look at your log file. It's the best defense. If you look at it and decide, if it's throwing errors, gone. Just do yourself a favor, gone. Warnings, the sound warnings, it means they didn't update it to the 22 sounds. They're probably on the transmission, would be my guess. That's pretty common. The other issue you might have run across in there would be the no max update distance for the active dirty moving parts. It means there's probably like a tailgate or something that can get dirty, and they didn't update the maximum distance that you can see that from, which means you could potentially see that through, like, across the map, instead of only when you get close to it. Brew Crew coming in with a raid of 6. Welcome, Brew Crew. Welcome, Raiders. How is your stream? How you doing? I don't think I have any mods in chat right now, do I? They've all gone to bed. Oh, KW's in chat. I should have known better. Thank you, KW. I appreciate that. It's going good. That's good to hear there, Brew Crew. Breaking, fixing, repeat. That happens. How's it going with your map there, Brew Crew? I'm assuming that's what you're breaking and fixing. So if you see an error, it's generally best if you see an error just to get rid of it, Shep. Most errors will typically lead to bigger problems. I say most errors. If you're ever unsure, just don't be afraid to ask. We help people with a lot of stuff. Warnings typically aren't as bad. Like I said, the sound warning was probably on the transmission. It means they didn't update it to the new 22 sound effects. Or they didn't use a transmission sound effect from 22, which is why they're getting that warning. And again, they're typically not as severe. That's why it's a warning and not an error. But, like I said, errors for sure, you're almost best just to gone. Well, again, a mod site can be a pretty good site to get a mod from because it's not full of pop-ups and things like that, but it doesn't necessarily... I mean, the mod site's not checking the mod. They're just hosting it there. People can just post whatever they want. I could take any old mod from 19, convert it, have half the thing missing, and post it on the mod site for downloads. Doesn't mean it's a good mod. No, the mod sites never check them. The only mod site that does any checking whatsoever is the in-game mod hub, and that's Giants doing the testing. All the other mod sites are simply third-party sites that put the mods up. They don't even check what's getting posted there. They act as a moderator of sorts. We had a lot of issue in 19 with people taking Dave's map and posting it to third-party websites, claiming that it was their map and not, something else. You don't. Exactly. It's a mod hotel. Anybody can post whatever they want there. And that's where a lot of people get bad mods, because they're never checked. Pretty much, Shep. That's why I said, I keep to FS22modhub.com, the in-game mod hub, or the SGA website. After that, I won't go to other mod sites, simply because I've been on FS22 mod hub a lot. I haven't had any issues with viruses from the site or pop-ups that are, I haven't had a lot of pop-up issues and stuff like that. So it's just become a comfortable site for me to go to. Beyond that, I mean, it's personal. A lot of it's preference, Pretty much. And PG please there, Shep. I know most people don't consider poo a bad word, but we do have a lot of younger folks that will join and watch the streams and VODs back later, nieces, nephews, and such, which I try to keep things PG for them to be able to enjoy the videos as well. Not only that, no worries there, Shep. I need to make a note to put a PG thing somewhere on my screen, and I keep forgetting to do so. PG sign thing. Because I'll eventually upload a lot of these videos over to my YouTube page, just to store the VODs. And when I do that, I typically mark them for kids, so kids can watch these and stuff like that too. And I try to keep things PG for that reason. Yeah, I have in a lot of cases done that, Shep, but so, sometimes it catches it, sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it catches the weirdest things. It needs work, like everything does. I think I'm gonna have to overlap. Yep, overlap into the grass a little bit to make sure it all gets rolled. Get this rolled. And then we'll head off over to doing some of those other contracts. I might even just set a worker on rolling this while I grab my other tractor and go start doing some of those contracts. Yeah, you're not wrong, Shep. It's one of those things. I've been streaming so much, I haven't had when I'm not streaming, I'm usually sleeping. But I've been trying to fill in so much and streaming such weird hours, because the SGA right now is into day 45. Well, almost into day 45. We're 20 minutes short, half hour short, of our 45th day of Farm Sim 22 coverage, since early access began on the 19th of November. I will set him off going that way. I have to jump in my other tractor here. Oh, B-Shep, thank you for that Tier 1 sub. I do very much appreciate that support. You are very kind. Alright. I appreciate that, Kev. It has been pretty phenomenal. And like I've said many times, it would have been a very easy thing to let this all die if it wasn't for the fact that you guys are showing up in big numbers, stream after stream after stream. Oh, no worries, Shep. No worries. Like I said, everybody slips up. I know, especially when I'm not streaming, I'll say a lot of bad things without even realizing I'm saying them. I'm definitely not gonna point fingers and say you shouldn't say this, shouldn't say that, because I say a lot of it too. I just try to, kindly remind people to do their best. I understand people will slip and things happen. We can only try our best. That's all we can do, right? But yeah, day 45 of coverage starting in about 20 minutes. Continuous. We've gone one streamer to the next in the SGA. And like I said, it would be one thing to let this streak of ours die if there was only 20 or 30 people showing up, but you guys have been showing up in such huge numbers. I really do have to say thank you to all of you guys in the community. You have been, guys and girls, let me be politically correct here, guys and girls, you guys have been awesome with showing up to stream after stream after stream after stream, and it's unbelievable the amount of support you guys have shown us. So, once again, as I do almost every stream, thank you all for showing up and hanging out. And thank you, Finnest. And Scottish, thank you very much. Well, we're great about doing that. It's a lot of people never even think to do it, Shep. It's something to get into a good habit of checking, especially when you're using new mods. Anytime you add new mods, check your log file. If you get into that habit, it will save you a lot of headache down the road. Because there's nothing worse than getting 200 hours, 300 hours, 400 hours into a save, and suddenly, my save won't load. Why won't my save load? What's going on? Why can't I play my game now? And you have to start over 400 hours out because a mod threw a Lua error and destroyed your save file. That is the worst thing in the world. I have had it happen, and it is no fun at all. And it's nothing that a virus protection is going to pick up. Don't get me wrong, a virus protection will prevent you from getting a virus if somebody's stuck a virus in the mod. But when it comes to the game, if the game doesn't load the mod right, or the mod is throwing a Lua errors are the worst. No, Big Vito, they could be scattered throughout your log file. And and it's one of the things that we preach and we talk about a lot. Sometimes it's just that they're minor issues, and it's a good idea to go to the mod page and say like, hey, this is what I'm finding in my error log, because maybe they don't know. Maybe it's maybe they missed it in testing. Who knows what? So it's a good idea to check, and then report back. One of the things I will suggest is the SGA website. Again, exclamation SGA. We have a lot of mods posted on our website that are as error-free as we can get them. And one of the things we pride ourselves on is if there is an issue, just let us know. We'll fix it really quickly. It doesn't take long before we'll fix a mod. Now, that's one of the things I'm testing. I know I'm going to get errors. I'm going to have things pop up from testing Dave's map. And that's part of the testing, is being able to report back to Dave. Hey, Dave, this mod threw this error. He'll fix it, get it uploaded. I can test some more. That's the purpose of it all. But yeah, if people get in the habit of doing it, it saves them a lot of hassle. Got a warning: game maximum number of configurations are reached for reach-based material, only 64. Oh, what's throwing that configuration error? What's the mod loaded directly above it, Mr. JWB? Yeah, and that's another nice thing about it. Who's streaming, when they're streaming, linked to their site. That's a really nice part of it too. Exactly what KevCast set up, just up above too. It's not that the mod itself has a virus. Very, very seldom will that happen. It has happened, but very, very, very seldom does that happen. It's usually the mod is just not put together right. There's a line of code missing in the mod that causes it to interact with the game very poorly, and that's when it causes issues. The worst mod you could ever see is a Lua call stack, because what it's doing is it's trying to call something in the game, and when it can't do it, it'll throw a Lua call stack error. And then it's going to continue trying to call whatever it is searching for. Well, that's awesome, Shep. That's what the site's designed for. It's a good thing. The calendar is really nice too. If you find that there's certain streamers that you like a lot, the calendar will help tell what when they're streaming and stuff like that. Yeah, Lua call stacks can be very hard to track down, but what happens with a Lua call stack is it's going to continue trying to call whatever that line is over and over and over and over again until it runs your system out of memory, and it will crash your game. While it's doing this, if you have productions that are running, it's going to interrupt their cycles, because all of the game's memory is going to that Lua call stack until it sorts itself out. And those are the ones that really cause a lot of issues. If you're trying to add colors to a mod, you probably tried to add too many, would be my guess, JWB. Cut it back to 64. Awesome. Yeah, we all try to preach the site and the mods, because the mods are typically error-free. They're going to be the mods that work well on NBC's map he's making, on Pleasant Valley Pompey's Edition, Uncharted Pompey's Edition, sorry, by JD Fan. There'll be mods that work good on Dave's map that I'm testing right now. And we all try to... Yep, that's exactly what happens, Deimos. It will eat up a ton of memory. And in the process, anything else going on in the map, especially in 19 where we had the buildable factories, if it's trying to build the next stage of it and that Lua call stack is eating up everything, it would prevent it from happening, and that process wouldn't complete. It was really, really, really nasty stuff. Or they are still really nasty stuff. It's not as bad right now with the Lua call stacks in 22 because there's not as much going on. But they can still wreak havoc on a save file. And I appreciate you stopping in and giving me a try. There, Shep. It's I'm glad you're enjoying the content so far. Yep. See, no, most people don't even know, and that's why you'll hear us all basically say it. Be very leery of certain types of mods, i.e., your Ford trucks, your Chevy trucks, your Dodge trucks. Most of them are poorly put together, and they have a lot of errors. I've noticed with a bunch of like the little four-wheelers, my son was messing around with those. He had a couple of different quad four-wheelers, quad bikes, whatever, and each of them had issues. So it's one of those things that most people never even look at a log file. They don't even know the game has a log file. And because of that, they never go back to the mod to leave a bad review. Hey, your mod has errors. And people will download it. Oh, this mod looks cool. It's a Chevy 3500 HD, blah, 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 blah. And yeah, it wrecks saves games. It wrecks save games. It just, you know. Yep. Oh yeah, I went through my son's and I must have taken out 12 mods from his mod folder. And I was showing him his log file and I go, this is why I told you I wanted to be, you know, you only get mods from these places because of this. And he's looking at me like, well, yeah, but it was off of this site. And I go, yeah, but I told you to avoid those mods because of this. And then I'm just deleting things out. He goes, well, I really like that one. Well, it's full of mods. I don't care if you like it. It's gotta go. And I mean, that's another thing too. We help a lot of people with their log files because, especially when it comes to the maps, people will have mods that will conflict with certain mods. The mod itself may be fine, but when you add it in with another mod, they now cause a conflict because of a configuration issue or something like that. So one of them has to go. Which one is it? Who knows? Sometimes you add a mod into a map like this, and it throws an error because of the map. It's nothing against the mod. It might work perfectly fine on most maps, but on this particular map it might not. And those are the type of things that you know, we try to sort out. So, I mean, I'm constantly checking my log file. That's why I have the you know, I've got this in here. Ooh, error running Lua method event. Mouse. Attempt to index local contract nil value. What was that from? That was a while ago. That was me trying to probably use my refresh contracts mod. But it blew one Lua error trying to do it. Crash desktop on Mac. Yeah, it can be a little annoying, but normally when I'm going out of my save file, it's to go to the desktop anyway, so it's inconvenient, but it's not to the point where I would get too horribly frustrated with it. At least not in my case, because again, anytime I'm typically leaving, it's to go to the desktop anyway. That's a Giant's error, I know about that one. It's one of the things I like about the looking at your log file in the game, it'll highlight them in yellow and red. Warnings and errors and stuff. Yep, I know that my HD49X is not zipped. Warning, performance. That is a Giant's error. It's basically just saying that the metal cut is larger than what the game was expecting. It's in everybody's file. Oh yeah, when you're doing that, yeah, I could see where it would get frustrating. See, even I've got it, and I'm not even on the same map as you. It's a Giant's error. Well, exactly, Matt, and that is one of those things, like that performance, the foliage thing, is a base game error. It's there. You know, it's nothing to do with anything else other than it's a Giant's error. But a lot of these mods that people are trying to crank out, they're either working around errors in the game or issues with the game, which are going to break them on the next update, or they haven't fixed them from the last update, and there's still errors in them. So, I mean, it's always better to err on the side of caution if you get rid of things that have errors. The game, yes, does still have some errors, which is why I said don't worry about the warning foliage, because that's a Giants thing. It's going to be in everybody's game. Yep. To the more settings mod. The more settings? You mean the advanced settings mod? Where did I find that? Somebody sent me a link to the GitHub for it yesterday. Let me check quick. The advanced gameplay settings. Here is a link to the GitHub for it. Version 1.4. It was put out 15 days ago, surfing. You found 4 other errors? Yep. They can add up quick. What were the errors there, Vito, if you don't mind me asking? Ford OBS truck, I'm guessing it had a wheel XML error. Am I right? Hey, Mr. Car, what in the heck? Do you not see me driving here? Come on, guy. Big tractor, middle of the road. Ring a bell? Oh, tension belt already exists. Interesting. The wheel error is because of a, they're there because of a Giants issue, but there's a very easy workaround for it, and most modders haven't bothered to ever do anything about it, so it's lazy modding. Tension belt object already exists. No, they don't, Pops. No, they don't. Tension belt object already exists for RC22 1997 Ford OBS. It's something to do with the tension belt specialization on it. I don't recognize that version. Where did you get that Ford OBS? Because I've got one of the Ford... See, look, if I do this... Let me get back down to the bottom of the list. Mod Hub. See, if I go here... Oh! They fixed that part now. See, because I've got this one here, and I don't get that error. So I don't know if maybe Fummins was working on this one because he made it so it takes his plow. So maybe he fixed that error with the tension belt. I don't know. He was working to try and get this one so it could be released with his plow mount. If you look right here, there's a plow mount underneath here. I really gotta change this. I had changed it once to say something else, but there. It is a nice one. I like it. It might just be the particular one you downloaded, Vito. Let me... Yeah, I mean, it could be the particular version you downloaded. I don't know, Vito. This one here, I originally had seen it on FS22modhub.com, I think. And that's where I had... interesting. That's, like I said, I got it through Fummins. He's a member of the SGA modding group. He actually gave me both of these mods because they've got his plow frame on it, his plow mount. Though this one's... Yeah, wow. That one's no longer any good. Big issues with this one. Big issues with that one. What in the heck happened there, Fummins? Well, some of the shader issues got fixed in it, but I'm gonna have to... He must have been working on it, because I don't remember it looking like this. I have to talk to Fummins, because it's got no configurations left to it, and there's a lot of issues now. Huh. Yeah, this one here is was being done by HD Modding Group. Oh, see, now it shows up. But it still blows all of the other stuff. But this one here, Fummins had done so that his plow would mount to it. Alright, I need seed. They had been doing a bunch of work to it, so I'm guessing he just hasn't got around to doing any of the sound stuff. He's kind of taken a bit of a break from modding. Can't blame him. Can't blame him there. Oh, it happens all the time, Shep. It happens all the time. I remember Fummins had done a vehicle dealership. Done a really nice job on it. I mean, it looked fantastic. And somebody else grabbed it off of one of the mod sites, put it in their map, and then claimed they made it. Like I said, we've had issues where in 19, Boomhauer was on a weekly basis going to several different third-party websites because people were getting the updated PV County download from Dave in his channel every week, and then uploading it to third-party websites claiming that they had made the mod. And they were doing it just for the downloads because a lot of those websites will, I guess, compensate the modders with a small amount per download or something like that. I have no idea. I've never done anything with it. But that's what people do, is they do it for the downloads, the clicks. That could be that tension belt. So probably what happened was whoever had put it there made some edits to it and then tried to re-upload it, and his edits caused the tension belt issue. I mean, that's another very common practice people do. Oh, check out this really cool mod. Wouldn't it be sweet if it did this too? So they'll download the mod, make one little tweak to it, and then re-upload it claiming that they did the whole mod or whatever, not giving any credit for it. And yeah, it's just... No. Actually, it's 100% against Giants' policy to do that, Shep. Um, Part of the fine print with Giants is that they own the rights to all of this stuff. So even if you're making a mod, they technically still own the rights to it, and they forbid charging for mods or putting them behind paywalls. So if they find you doing that, you lose the ability to upload anything to their official mod hub, as well as they might seek to get them taken down. I did see something about that, Henry. I think I'd seen somebody post something about it. Yep, I've heard of that happening a lot, EJ. There was a big hubbub about it happening in 19 on the official mod hub. People claiming that so and so stole my mod and so stole this and blah blah blah. It's like, really? Come on, do the work yourself or do something else. Well, technically there is a website where you can get mods and not have to worry about errors or viruses. It's called the in-game mod hub. And Giants will pay modders for putting mods on the in-game mod hub. The problem is they have to be submitted to Giants. Giants will test them, then they'll upload them to their in-game mod hub if they pass. But you're restricted on what brands you can use. You're restricted on what you can do for mods, things like that. Yeah, I think I've seen that one where it basically it's set way out wide and it can pick up the headers, the seaters, and everything else sideways. It looked really cool. Well, exactly, Shep. And a lot of modders will do that. They'll put up mods and be like, "Hey, go ahead, use this if you want to." The big thing though is making sure you give credit. You know, to give credit for the work that was done by others. That's most modders. As long as they get credit for the work they did to it, if you're making edits and re-uploading, they've got no issues with it. But there are some modders, again, because people will make some money off of this stuff, that will just try to take the easy way out to make the quick, easy buck, and they'll take somebody's mod that they spent a ton of money on models and a ton of hours in getting things right and making the models in Blender, you name it, the whole 9 yards, and somebody will take it, tweak it just a little bit, upload it, and try to make money off of it. And I don't have any respect for that group. Or make, I don't know. No, I mean, money will still change hands, things like that, but if you actually look at the fine print, Giants basically says, we own the rights for all of this stuff. Alright there, cowboy, you have yourself a good one. And we'll catch you in the next one there, buddy. And a Happy New Year to you as well there, Captain Morgan. Next, that's cool, but not something for normal-sized farmers. Yeah, a lot of smaller farmers aren't going to use something like that, but it is a cool piece of equipment, and I actually hope, I wish them well in doing it, getting it done. But like I was saying, Giants says in the fine print they own the rights to all of this stuff, so you're not allowed to charge for it. Now, if you do a ton of, like, say a friend of yours says, "Hey, I'm having trouble with this," you do a bunch of work on it, and then they offer to give you money for your time. Just, I mean, that's them offering to give you money for your time. That's not anything directly related to the mod. What Giants doesn't want you doing is, look at this John Deere 8R, isn't that cool? Let me make some edits to it, put it on a website, and charge you for the mod, because now I'm trying to profiteer off of a Giants model. And that's what they're really against as far as the money thing goes. Yeah, I mean, there's a difference between charging and donating. If your friend decides that they're gonna give you a little bit of money for your work, that's one thing. But Giants doesn't want you saying, well, like take Winston for example. What they don't want to do is see Winston take this class Zarian that he made some edits to, converted it to 22, did a bunch of work on it, and then Winston put it behind a paywall, and charge you for this, because this was originally a Giants asset in 19. So now he's trying to charge you for a Giants asset that he did some work on. Exactly, stuff like that, Vito. That's what Giants doesn't want. You take an in-game vehicle, make some edits to it, and then try to charge a bunch of money for it. Giants is going to have an issue. That's one of those things. They don't. That's what they're against. But with that said, if I take a model of a building, convert it into the game, turn it into a production, do a bunch of work on it, and send it to them, and they approve it and put it on their website, they'll actually pay me for it being on their website as it gets downloads. But that's what they're trying to prevent, is people profiteering off of Giants assets and stuff like that. Alright, what do we need to put in field 76? Cotton. Wow. Sold over 4,000 of that mod at $100 a piece. That is crazy. See, something like that, I would love to see, what is it, SCS software that does ATS? I'd love to see them go after him. Because that's not right to make an edit of an in-game vehicle and then charge a ton of money for it. No edit is worth $100, let alone, you know, $5-10 for an edit. Well, they stand a pretty good chance, because I guarantee you in the fine print it says SCS owns the rights to those assets. Let me guess, it was one of the Pete 389s or something like that. Oh, I mean, if they want to pay for it, that's fine. But, again, for him to profiteer off of somebody else's work, that I've got a problem with. I don't think that's right, Mike, in my opinion. No, you can do it just like that, Shep. Go into your mod folder, delete it. It's gone. That's a lot of bills for $4 million there, Henry. Sorry, 400 grand. No? 400 grand. Streak is still running utterly epic. It has not gone down yet. Nope, that's the best way to delete it. Alright, what's going into 77? Cotton as well in 77. Alright, we're rolling along. I should go back and check on how my worker's doing with that field, too. He's still going. Has he missed anything? No, hasn't missed anything yet. Nice. Good deal. Pretty much. I mean, you figure I don't even want to know how many hours I've streamed since since 22 came out. I bet you it's over 200 hours by now. But I've enjoyed spending all of that time with you guys, so I'm going to be sitting here playing. I might as well be hanging out with you guys, right? I don't have the Steam version. I have the Giants version, so I can't actually check through Giants. I do know my Elm Creek save has 210-ish hours on it. I have 91.5 hours on this save. And almost every single minute of that on this map has been streamed on Twitch. But I know I've also done some multiplayer streaming. I've done some additional testing besides. I'm probably close to 400 hours into Farm Sim 22. And I think Twitch has had me as live for 200 something anyway. Well, let's see. Let's go over here. Do this. Do this. Do this. Alright, so in the month of November, I streamed for 77 hours. The month of December, I streamed for 149 hours and a bit. So that's that 77 and 150's 227. And I'm already... well, I had an 8-hour stream, or a 6.5-hour stream yesterday. And today's stream is already at 3.5, so... I mean, do the math. Well, it's not that I'm a hard-working man, Viking streaming. Welcome back. Thank you for that, host Bread. It's not that I'm a hard-working man by any stretch of the imagination. I have a lot of back issues. Auto host is an auto host is an auto host, and I appreciate it all the same, Bread. So again, like I said, I've got a lot of back issues. Those back issues means I can't really work because I can't stand for more than like 10 minutes at a time before I collapse. I'm on a lot of medication just to be able to sit in my chair here, which I haven't taken yet this morning. So if I start getting a little grunty and groany, I apologize. Doing my best at the moment. But I also deal with a lot of, because of that disease and stuff, it's a lot of mental issues I deal with. So this, and I've said it many times, this is therapy to me. I get to hang out with you guys, I get to have a fun time, I get to keep my mind out of the darkness, so, you know, so to speak. And if I can positively influence others, in the same manner, if I can help others have a better day by giving them a place to chat and hang out and have a positive outlook on things, then that is whoa, hey, Mr. Deer, sorry. That is all the better. Oh, I know you meant it in a positive way, Viking, and I'm just, I don't see this as hard work. I see it as therapy. You know, yeah, I've got arthritis in my spine, from the base of my neck down to the top to the end of my tailbone. That impinges on the nerves. It makes it very hard to sleep. It makes it very hard to do anything, and because of that, I'm sitting here, and being in the video games, doing things like that, gives me a way of keeping my mind from just sitting in the pain or dwelling on all of the bad. So, this gives me, you know, an outlet. It helps keep me, like I said, positive. It keeps me away from the dwelling on everything. And if by being here I can help talk with you guys and maybe help make your day, all the better. days ago, you were really depressed. Talking with you and Dave, knowing others, got me in a better place. Well, again, Matt, you're welcome anytime. And like I said, if you ever need anybody to talk to, hit me up. I'll chat in Discord, do whatever. I've been there. I am there. So like I said, this is my therapy. This is my way of keeping positive and trying to help others. And if you guys enjoy it, well then again, all the better. So the fact that I'm sitting here at 3 in the morning when I can't sleep, helping keep a fantastic streak going with 190 of you guys sitting in here, I mean, this is heaven for me. You know? Well bred. Yeah, that's a little bit of sugar. That's a lot of sugar. Don't think you've missed one of my streams since you were hanging out in Ginger's stream. Well, I appreciate that there, Sweden. And I was actually looking to see if she was streaming the other day. I didn't catch her. Must have been because it was New Year's. Totally understand that you struggle with your sciatica and your back tells you when it's time to wake up. Sometimes sitting in the chair at work can be a struggle. I fully understand that, utterly. Do what works? Exactly. They're, wrong crop type. I don't want to start seeding before I know what I'm planting. Oat. Oat goes in this one. So just in case nobody realized this too, they've recently added it so that when you're scrolling through your crop types, if you hold shift and hit the button, you'll go backwards now instead of having to scroll all the way back through. Really nice little change. Get you use your PC as therapy as well because your work you have been so unlucky. PTSD. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Viking. Gaming and Spec FH. FS is your ADHD medicine. Yeah, see, I don't take pills for my. I'm bipolar. I know I'm ADHD. I've got insomnia, but the medication just does things to me that I don't like the way I feel, so I don't do it. I'm pretty well at regulating myself, so for that reason, I will find different outlets. My wife is pretty awesome about that too. She helps recognize my moods, and when she needs to keep the kids out of my hair because I'm having a bad day, she'll help. You know, she can do that. When I just need a smack upside the head to slap me out of it, she'll do that too. Back on week had a break over news. That's probably the case. Like I said, I know she normally does like what, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and I was trying to catch her on Friday, but it being New Year's, excuse me, I was actually kind of hoping she'd do a New Year's Eve stream because I think that'd be hilarious watching her do a New Year's Eve stream. Viking, you sit here, play your games, watch Twitch due to your depression. Yep, and that's the thing. A lot of people suffer from PTSD, depression, being bipolar, ADHD, uh, insomnia, anxiety, and like in today's society, it's like taboo almost to talk about it. It's wrong. I hope this channel and others help change that. I mean, it's not the easiest subject to talk about it, but the only way we're going to help each other and get better is to talk about it. So, I mean, sometimes it can be depressing to listen to, but if it helps lift somebody's spirits, if it helps show that you're not alone, there's others dealing with it too, there's outlets for you to be able to talk and do things, then I think it should be talked about. And it's, I hope we can slowly try and change that. What was it, 2 streams ago? I was in here talking, and with everything going on, there were a couple times I was in tears. I mean, it was just talking about certain things. And at first I kind of felt weak because I'm a guy, you know, we're not supposed to cry, we're not supposed to show our emotions, but at the end of the day, I think it's better that we talk and speak about what's really going on, because it's the only way to get help. It's the only way to get better. I'm sorry to hear you were in a place like that, Vito, but hopefully your neighbor became a decent friend and has given you an outlet to talk about things. If not, I can be that friend. If you ever need somebody to talk to, just pop in. We can talk anytime. It is hard, Brett. You're right. Looking for SGA at the moment to start streaming again. Haven't done it in a few years. Just got to start from scratch again. Honestly, I've had I've got my PC. I just kind of started streaming one day. I got Streamlabs and just kind of went to town. I had a Turtle Beach headset, and it wasn't great to begin with, but I've slowly just kind of gotten into it. Most of it's thanks to Dave and the gang for helping me out. Sorry for the slightly wrong. You come from Denmark, and it takes some time for you to translate your answer from Danish to English. But yeah, sad with PTSD. But to sit here and talk to you guys and watch a super good stream, best medicine for you. And so you agree with Darius. It's necessary to talk about how we feel inside ourselves, and it's important for the world around us to understand how we feel. Exactly, Viking. And it's good that you've got a neighbor you've known for a long time, Vito, that will help be there for you. Sometimes that's all that makes such a huge difference. Get a camera, mic, and such. Well, the mic, even a cheap headset with a mic. I don't have any special mics or anything fancy like that. My kids got me this headset for Christmas last year, but I had a cheap $50 Turtle Beach headset I was using that had a mic on it. Was the sound the greatest? No, but it was something to start with, you know what I mean? As far as the camera goes, I only just got a camera. Field 11 sunflowers. I only just got a camera recently, but the camera I've got I just upgraded to the other day. Do you have a cell phone, Sweden? A newer cell phone, I should say. Because there's an Android app I found through Terminator Live, of all people. There's an app on the Androids called Droid Cam. You can link it to your computer and use your camera on your cell phone as a webcam. And it worked awesome. Most people didn't even realize it wasn't a real webcam. I had a vehicle, a windshield mount for a vehicle that I had sitting up above my monitor that I would clip my cell phone into, facing just like that, and using my cell phone. How's it going there, Mr. Potato Pringle? Yeah, unfortunately, PTSD is one of those things that usually takes a very long time to get over, if ever. Some people never get over it. Thinking about setting up a car holder for the cell phone till you get another camera after hearing you talk about it. Yeah, I mean, the app was free. It was only the some of the additional features I wanted that cost me any money, and it was only $6 then, so it was a very cheap way to try out having a camera. And again, get started. You know, it was something. I then took some of the money that's been gifted and stuff like that, and I used it to buy the better webcam. I'm doing pretty good, Potato Pringle. How are you doing today? I've heard some phone cameras are just as good or better than camera for PCs. You're not wrong, Shep. I mean, this one worked out great. It was $6 for the app. Little Booney, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing today? I got it was a Nexigo. I'll have to get the exact number in a second. Let me get this guy started on a worker or something. A similar app already that came with the S20. Oh, nice there, Sweden. Doing good? That's good to hear, Potato Pringle. Even if you have an extra phone that you don't use kicking around, will work as long as it can connect to Wi-Fi. Exactly, Utterly. You can even set it to connect through USB if you want to, so it can plug into the computer and keep it charged. 2 years since you got your diagnosis. I still have to say, unfortunately, that if you get over to the other side at all. I'm sorry to hear that, Viking. It's tough. And hopefully you can find an outlet and a help that will help you get over it. If not, and you ever need to talk, I'm around. Oh, your PC broke just before Christmas. Graphics card broke down, so now you have to use your laptop and save for a new graphics card. It's really sorry to have to use your laptop, but hey, what to do or so, yeah. Sorry to hear about the graphics card. Yeah, they're not easy or cheap to get a hold of right now. There have been, Shep. The one I've got, like I said, it's a Nexigo something or another. Let me look it up. Only takes a second. Nexigo N960. This is the one that I just got. It's got the ring light on it, so I can actually reach up and brighten the things up if I need to. It was yeah, it's $80. Came with the little mount and everything else. It's got the privacy filter on it. The only thing I don't like is it doesn't have a optical zoom that I can get. It says lens type zoom, but I can't seem to get it to actually zoom in closer to my face. So I'm gonna have to play around with it at some point, because it claims it's got a lens type zoom, but I don't know. Yeah, unfortunately, most anything is really expensive graphics card wise. Yeah, I like this one. Dave's got one of the Nexigos that's similar to this, but he had to get a separate ring light for it. And I saw this one and it had the ring light in it, so I was like, alright, well heck, it's got the ring light in it. Everything's fine here, only been raining here all day in the Netherlands. Sorry to hear that, little Booney. It can be kind of dreary weather when it's raining the whole time. Just got a halo. That's nice. Brightness can be adjusted. Nice. Yeah, so sometimes there's just much better solutions by going a different route. I really wanted the Logitech side panel because it had the little joystick on it and all of the buttons and stuff. But then I heard a lot of people saying that they use Sim Dashboard and a $30 joystick, and it works out better than the Logitech side panel. So now my goal is I want to get a tablet. I've wanted a tablet for a while anyway, and I got the joystick. And by the time you do the joystick and the tablet setup, it's half the price or less than the side panel. Nice. Alright. Let's head on down to field 22 for some sugar beets. Ah, yes, Android tablet for that, yep. Yeah, unfortunately with graphics cards, a lot of bit miners have been using them. And it's cut down on the availability, and it's jacked the price way up. It hasn't helped that there was that whole chip shortage too going on at the same time. I upgraded to a 3060 Ti, and I could have almost bought a computer for the price of just the graphics card. Because I ended up getting mine off of Amazon from a third party. Oh, my wife's gonna have a rough day today. Poor wife. I can hear her snoring with the door closed in the bedroom with my headset on. Which means she is going to have a rough day from not sleeping well. Yep. 3070 Founders Edition. Yeah, that'd be a mythical card. Didn't like the feel of the wheel side panel combo. Yeah. I've already got the wheel. That was the other thing too, is like I've already got a wheel. The 6900 XT. The AMD 6600. There you go. Other manufacturer cards won't fit in your case. Yeah, the 3060 Ti I got just barely fits in my case. It's literally touching the section of the case where my hard drives mount, because my case is so old. How much length do you have available to you, KW? Yeah. Unfortunately, that happens. Viking, yeah. "12.5" max. I think mine's less than that, KW. Oh, there's a lot more than one 3090 getting used for Bitcoin, unfortunately, Brad. Never go back to Intel stuff. And normally I do AMD on the processor, but in this case, the Intel GPUs have just been outperforming AMD for a while. I know AMD's coming back, but the Intel fit my price range better. Or the NVIDIA one fit my price range better, not Intel. NVIDIA. Excuse me. Let me see something quick. Orders. No, not that. This. Yeah, see, my graphics card's only 10.9 long there, KW. They're unavailable at the moment, but this one's only 10.9 long. 3060 Ti. It's just the way they process for the crypto mining. Something about it, they process really well and at a really high rate. I don't know exactly. I've never really looked into the crypto mining part.
It has to do with the number of flops you process.
Gotcha. Yeah, and graphics cards are known for doing a lot of flops. Teraflops and petaflops and flops and flops and flops and blop. So, Pit Rut, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing today? Yeah, my board will hold a second card, but as expensive as they are. Used mining rig GPUs usually end up in the garbage can because they've been burned out. 27 with cotton. Or eBay, where they will sell them to people saying, oh, it's only lightly used. And then you go to use it and it dies 10 minutes later. How's it going there, Cloveniffin? This is a seeder off of the SGA website. I say seeder, but it's a planter, seeder combination thing. Basically, it's got it set up for everything to be able to go into it. GeForce 1650 Super. I had a 1660 Super overclocked that I had before I went to this one. It was a pretty nice card. But it definitely doesn't match my 3060 Ti. At some point I'll finally get around to redoing my case and all of that, but heck, I've been too lazy to even get around to redoing my hard drive at the moment. Because I don't feel like dealing with it right now. Black Market showing they talked to a crypto miner and he said his cards only last 3 to 4 months before he has to get new ones, and he uses the GPU warranty and gets replacements. Can't say as though I'm surprised. Not a bad card there, Matt. This is vehicle control add-on. Cloveniffin. Exclamation, yep. Brad just linked it there. That's a direct download link for this mod. And my wife got me a new hard drive for Christmas, but I've been too lazy to try and move enough stuff around to swap out my hard drives. I think most things handle 22 way better than people were expecting because of the way they've set things up. Aha! Well, 10.9 is less than 11. And like I said, mine literally hits the edge of the hard drive mounting section with the very end of the plastic. I've talked to her that has 60. Put my FS22 on there and play at work. That's a good way to get in trouble. That'd be cool there, Matt. Asus ROG gaming laptop without any issues. Yep. You went and grabbed the tape measure. Alright, now 27 needs to be cotton. Ah, I gotcha. You think 22 is sus, huh, Brad? Oh, you need the FE prices. I can understand that, KW. I can understand that. Oh, yeah. You're not wrong there. It's the only game I've ever seen that seems to perform better when you turn the settings up instead of down. Up is down and down is up. Yeah. That's a good way to get in the doghouse pretty quick there, KW. Yeah. Oh, it'd be one way to keep yourself entertained at work. Another contract down. Head on over to 35 for some oat. Do security at the airport cargo. Oh, yeah, yeah. I think I remember you telling me that now out early. Oat. Oh, 35 is the weird one over in the corner, isn't it? Yep, now I remember where 35 is. Aha! Yep. Oh, geez, that white, the little white section of that follower bar is getting smaller and smaller every day. All right there, Matt. Yeah, I will do that. Get some rest. We'll catch you later. Heck, I may even still be streaming when you get back up. Since Big Daddy won't be on till about 10. Oh, thank you for those biddies, Matt. That's very generous of you. I do very much appreciate that. Off for now. Alright there, Viking Streaming. You have yourself a good one. Remember, keep them spirits up, and we are always here if you need somebody to talk with. Or just want to come hang out and enjoy some farming. I will say that is one very great thing about the internet that gets overlooked. It's very easy to find like-minded people or people going through the same sorts of issues to hang out with, chat with, talk with, to be able to help yourself. You know, realizing you're not alone in dealing with what you're dealing with, because there's usually a lot of other people out there in a very similar situation. I mean, that said, it can be used by, you know, for a lot of bad stuff by trolls, but, you know, hey. It's always a good and a bad side to things. You're up either awful late or awful early there, Mr. Lewis. As I just randomly pull hair out of my beard.
Fell asleep at my desk, so I thought I'd just go lay down for an hour.
Fell asleep at your desk.
And then, so I laid down, and then 6 hours later, I'm up.
That'll happen. I ate supper last night. I went in and I passed out for a couple of hours before getting up to help continue the streak. Originally, I was going to be able to get a little bit more sleep before I had to get up, but Yosho had to bring his friend or whatever to the airport today, so. Well, good morning there, Matza. How are you? Good old keyboard waffle face been there. Nice. How goes it for you this morning there, Matza? Ouch! That hurt. You deleted the color, no warnings? Nice. Glad to hear it there, Mr. JWB. Woke up having a 7-year-old staring at me and wondering why you were sleeping in the gaming chair. Nice. Why are you sleeping here? I don't know. We will be at some point. I know, NBC was talking about the FSL there the other day, but I don't know exactly who, when, where, and why for that. It's usually huge tote. It is bad when you can read QWERTY in the morning. Yes. In the mirror, especially. That's typically not a good thing. No. There we go. Oh, by the way, had any responses on the Xmas bid you guys did to Giants before, by the way? Yeah, Kerminator had said that he had shared it around the office, and a lot of positive responses, and And Merry Christmases back from the guys and girls at Giants. So, thank you for the hydrate there, Matza. Yeah, I thought Wheels did a pretty good job putting that together for... I mean, I know we all did all the different recordings, but... it came out pretty good. Alright, what am I putting in field 45? Or 44, rather. Sugar beet? Sugar beet it is. Look out, Bambi. I liked it, and I'm sure they need to hear that from time to time. I sure spent. Exactly, Sweden. I mean, it is nice once in a while to hear that your hard work's been appreciated, and it's not all negative, just hateful troll speak. Alright, just about done this field, and we'll hop out back to 48. What's going into 48? Oat. Potatoes, 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 potatoes. We'll pull 78 in into 82 because they're down by the same area. 48 was... I said oat, right? Yep, oat. Pay attention where you're driving. Fold, unfold, fold, unfold, fold, unfold. I do a lot of contracts for money. Good easy source of income though. Heck, 90 grand, I can probably almost get a sheep pasture here soon. I have to make sure I make some hay bales with this next round of grass that I cut. I'll need a tedder. Same here, usually take all of the same kinds of missions and use the biggest stuff to do them all. Yep. That's one good way to do it. Take all of the cultivating missions, rent the biggest a bit, and do it. I did update the baler, yes. I haven't changed out the bale color yet. But it will be the first thing I do before I use it again, bread. I just haven't brought it back to the shop. I'm hoping I can place a shop somewhere over on my own property so I don't have to haul it as far. Alright, there goes 48. 55 is sunflowers. let's go grab some more seed, hit the sunflowers. Actually, you know what? We'll hit the sunflowers, then grab seed. Five and 11. What do you mean I don't have access to this property? Of course I do. I was told to come seed it with sunflowers. Alrighty, Scurvy feeling any better? I haven't heard from him, KW. That was one of the other reasons why I wanted to be on, is because he was on the schedule for today, I think, and we hadn't really heard from him, so I've just been trying to make sure he covers. If he comes in, he's obviously more than welcome to take my place. But I haven't heard from him. I know he was getting pretty bad there the other day. So I'm hoping he starts to make some progress and get feeling better. Lots of spraying and fertilizing contracts coming up soon too. Good money contracts right there. Of course you'd get stuck. Probably charging me money the whole time, aren't you? Yep, he is. I'm paying a worker to literally be stuck on a building right now. That figures. Yeah, you ding dong. Alright, 5 more bags of seed, top this thing off. Head on, grab those last 2 seeding contracts, then head back to the farmyard. 5 more bags of seed. Wrong menu, of course. Alright, and field 78 is going to be sugar beet. Just about there. Alright, I am going to set this worker off real quick, and I am going to take a brief break to go use the restroom. I will be back in just 1 minute, folks. No, bad lad, I did not fall off my chair. I had to use the little boys' room. And good morning, bad lad, and Zodiac. There we go. If I was gonna do a sleep stream, bad lad, I'd have let you guys know. And then you could have, like, scared me or something in my sleep. Not that I do that sort of thing, but, you know. There we go. Get that out of the way. Alright, what needed to go on to field 82? Cotton. Good morning, Slow Swede. How are you? I am doing well. And I'm sorry to hear you woke up in pain there, bad lad. I know how that feels. Oh, not paying attention.
I'm giving up.
Like going back to bed?
No, we're trying to convert a mod from FS13.
13? Yikes. What mod's
Yeah,
that?
13 or 15. It's a pig that works as a tractor.
A peg, huh? Well, that's no fun there, Slow Swede. Never good when you don't get your coffee right off. Kind of peg.
Yeah. We got it for Hunter Farmer. He just loved that thing.
Aha.
So I thought, well, maybe I'll try to update it and get it into FS22 for him.
What did it do?
You just sit on the back of the pig and drive around.
Uh-huh. Interesting.
I can't get it to load into the store, so...
Is it supposed to be a vehicle, or...?
Yeah.
Oh, pig.
Pig. P-I-G.
Oh, it sounded like you said peg. I said peg. What? So you can't get it to load in the store? What error is it giving you?
It just says no store data found. Store item will be ignored.
You're missing the store data section of the... Or you've got the incorrect store data section for the... I'm assuming it acts like a vehicle, right?
Yeah.
No animations to it, just acts like a vehicle.
Just like a vehicle. I compared the store section to some mods from Winston and some other ones, and it looks the same.
So your store data up here looks similar to the ones from Winston and stuff?
Oh, yeah. Let me check that part.
Because this is what it's telling you, is the stored data isn't correct. Right at the top of the...
Yeah, I've just been looking in the mod description.
Yeah, it's not going to be in the mod description. It's saying your store data up here is not correct. So it's not loading the mod. Obviously, it's probably not going to have all of these combinations in here. But the things like the name, its function, the images, price, lifetime, the brand, stuff like that, this information, if it's not there, it's not going to load the mod. Or you could be missing an end tag in the mod description. It's not usually too bad to do. If you want, you can. I mean, you can send it to me. I can take a look at it. Yeah, it very well can be, Big Vito. It very well
That's all
can
right.
be.
I think I figured it out.
Aha! Let me guess, you were missing something in there for the store data and the other XML, weren't you?
Yeah, missing the whole store data tag.
Ha! That's why it ain't gonna load the mod. Yes, that is Mr. Lewis, bad lad.
Might be a little early for me to do this.
Yep. If you need to go to sleep, KW, and get your old man rest, you go right ahead, buddy. Where's my tractor? Is there any function to cleaning equipment, or cleaning except that the stuff gets clean? Nope, doesn't affect anything whatsoever, Zodiac. It's just one of those visual things. It's entirely a visual thing. Oh, you never have to worry about that, KW. Worst case, I can always jump over there and take care of it myself. Never feel you have to stay up on my account. I didn't get a chance to dye it yet, bad lad. I was trying to get things set up yesterday so that I could do the live stream thing from my phone, and couldn't get it to work. Got frustrated, and then before you know it, I was on to a different project, and next thing I know, it's supper time, and I have to get to bed so I can get up early to cover the SGA stream. So yeah, it kind of went poof. Have a good night, KW.
JKW.
Alright. Where, oh where, do I want to put that garage? I've got the money for it now. I need a place for it. And it's March. I have to seed something, don't I? I do. This isn't seeded yet. Oat, corn corn, soybean, sugarcane, cotton, no. Grapes, olives, no. Maybe put rye in there. You missed Dave's stream. Fell asleep. That happens. Maybe I'll wait for canola. What about that small oil mill? What does that take for oils? Maybe I could do corn. I'll take sunflower, corn, canola, and olives. I could do sunflowers. Sunflowers are corn. Sunflowers are corn. What has the higher yield? He did release an update with some stuff in it, but that's got way more yield than that. But does the sunflower produce more than the corn does? That's the question. And yeah, I had to do some work on the map this morning. Do I want to plant that with sunflowers? No, no. What are you looking at now, bad lad? Hopper trailer off the FS22 mod page. Aha! There we go. I can't decide, so you guys get to decide. I just threw a poll up. Let me know what I should plant. Sunflower, corns, or something else. I've got a big old field over there needs to be planted. We'll go off what chat says. Meanwhile, I need to grab my tractor and the Brooks and go take care of a tree. Or two. So I can get some landscaping done for my garage to go in. NYBY84DK, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you this morning? Still doing the login on that stretch of road? It can be time consuming. And I am sick of this tree not being the right size tree with the big lump on the ground, so I'm going to get rid of the tree, fix the lump, put a different one then. Hello from Denmark. Well, hello from America. That's a fair amount of wood into your carpentry shop there, Vito.
Getting a lot of viewers from Denmark.
Yeah, well, the European crowd's kind of waking up, and it's a Sunday, so I'd imagine they'll start tuning into Twitch and the like before long.
It's good to see the representatives from my motherland.
Aha! Alright, time to pop a save and then see if I can't make a mess. $10.28 where you are? Aha! That's why I suddenly got really cold. The heat just kicked on. It's blowing all the cold air out of the line first. Ugh, just isn't fun when it goes up my backside and I get chills. And greetings from Germany. Well, greetings from America, Gorak. I hope I pronounced that right. Please let me know if I didn't. That's what you get, bad lad. That's what you get. Alrighty. I always like to ask because I don't want to be that guy that, you know, just pronounces everything wrong and irritates everybody. So, you know, I like to do what I can first. Alright, let's go here, 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 and let's see if we can't make a hole. For that. Workshop to go in over here. This is gonna get expensive. Oh yeah, he did hours ago there, bad lad. He went to bed before Dave went to bed. Buildings. Flattening failed. Don't give me that flattening failed. Like that. And I go landscaping, come in here. With the old Smootherooski tool. Smooth some of this out. Just cleaned out your error mods. 2 were because you had a zip pack that was in there you forgot to take out. Good morning, MacGyver. Sometimes it is that simple. It's nice when it's that simple. I don't know if he fixed his pig or not yet, bad lad, but I'd imagine he made progress now.
Yeah, coming up with new errors. But
Hey, at least it's not the same one over and over again.
yeah.
New errors is still progress.
Well, that's how I learned to do this, so that's no problem.
Yeah, well, like I said, at least new errors isn't the same error over and over and over again, and you're going like, but I already checked that. There's nothing wrong with it. Err. Well, yes, but when you're doing conversions, bad lad, if you fixed one error and now you're encountering new errors, you're making progress. You're getting closer. It's working its way in. Now, as you solve those errors, you get closer to a better mod, and a complete mod. But sitting there and getting the same error over and over again and checking and going, there's nothing wrong with it, I've compared it, there's nothing wrong, and you're beating your head against the wall, that's when the frustration sets in. At least if it's something new, now he can go on to solving that error.
Yeah, this last error was I accidentally capitalized store in the store data. It's supposed to be lowercase.
It's gotta be case sensitive. Yeah, see, progress is progress. As long as you're moving along, that's all that matters. That's how I look at it. Alright, landscaping, sculpting, this. Trees. Plunk. Plunk. Yeah, classic programming error number 1.
Yep, been there many times.
Oh, I don't know how many times I've sat there and Boom's like, what's going wrong? Take a look at this for me, please. I can't figure it out. Well, this one has a capital letter. This one doesn't. Really? Yes, Boom. Many times have I sat there and he's gone, well, they're all spelled the same. Yeah, but this one's got a capital. This one doesn't. Oh.
Yep. Nope, I don't do mods, bad lad. I'm just kind of playing around.
Yep. Sunflowers it is. Thank you, everybody that voted in that poll. Yeah, forgot to add a colon or a semicolon or a punctuation mark. Oh my gosh. Those are when they get really frustrating. Like, come on. Looking
yeah.
through hundreds of lines of code and you're like, just come on, give it to me.
That happened in school. I'm going to age myself here, but we were learning COBOL. Like 1,000 lines of coding, and I forgot one period.
Oh yeah. I've been there. What's worse is like you've got it running and you're like, all right, now I want to add another feature. 1,000 lines of code later, you go to test it and go, well, why isn't it working now? It was working before. Alls I added was this. Uh-huh. Have fun. It's like, son of a... I have an idea. This probably won't look good at all, but... Oh, what the heck, why not? Good morning, Ninik. Could be worse. Impact 7 coming in with a raid of 7. How's it going this morning, Impact? How was your stream, bud? Welcome, raiders. Stinking house. Now you're in the way. I have to, like, sell the house, re-landscape, and move it. It's gonna bug me. Stinking little things like that. I had to get myself some more caffeine. Oh shoot, I did host. You're so tired. Oh yeah, it's a host. I just saw it and thought it was a raid right off. Impact needs some sleep. We've all done it there, Impact. I gotta do some more work on landscaping that. Nope, that won't work. That won't work. Okay, never mind. Good enough. At least I can now repair things here at the shop. Ah, that'll do it. That will do it every time there, Impact. Yeah, I don't care enough, Pompies, because eventually I'm gonna have to restart and do this all over again. And that's when I'll worry about all of the little particulars. Because in order to fix this, I have a feeling it's got nothing to do with the garage and more to do with this sign. Tilde key there, Damos. But you have to have your dev controls turned on. Yeah, it's a little bumpy. I could sell the garage, do it, and then put the garage back if I wanted to, but... oh well. Not a problem. There we go. Sugar Beet is probably a little bit better Nukari, simply because it's got bigger equipment for harvesting. Sugar cane does regrow though. It's just you can only harvest it like 1 or 2 rows at a time, so it can be very difficult to do sugarcane harvesting. It's very time consuming. Sugar beet is still time consuming, it's just slightly less time consuming. How do you fast scroll page up and page down? I don't know, Pompies. I only ever just scroll by holding page up and page down. I don't know how to jump it at all. I just hold the page up, page down button. It's a good question, though. I don't know if there is a fast way to do it. So what's the model look like on that thing? Just a standard pig, or?
Give me a second. I'll put it in this modding talk or whatever.
All right. Not a problem here, Kevcast. Yeah, see, I just hit the tilde key, and then you can hold up and down. If you don't want it to move your camera, hit the tilde key a second time till it starts the, where you can type. And then just hold page up, or page down, or you can tap page up and down for one line at a time. Not a problem there, Kevcast. That's what we do here at the SGA. We answer all those really weird questions that you didn't know you had to ask.
Well, it's in there, but I don't know why it didn't just show up like Jab's picture. It wants to be downloaded.
Oh, yeah. Nice. I could probably answer some of those questions, Vito. Go ahead and ask. That I'm not sure on, because that's just I think that's the underlying texture. I think that's dependent on, leaves a white chalk tire mark. It's probably how JD linked the textures. I'll leave a note to ask JD about it. Where do you download what? This map there? Is that Vile Giraffe? Or Vil Giraffe? I'm guessing. Oh, Vil for villain? Villain Giraffe, gotcha. And this map currently is in closed beta, so it's not available for the public. I've been streaming while I test. They're painted roads. It probably just needs to be linked differently to the dust that will come up off of it. How it's classifying the texture. And thank you for that follow there, Villain Giraffe. I do appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing today? It's only really on the blacktop. I would say it's probably how the texture is linked. Dave might know. And therefore be able to help JD make a change to it so it doesn't look like you're driving on dust. And thank you for that follow. No mercy, no regrets. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing this morning? And yes, this is a vehicle control add-on mod. What Bad Lad just linked is the direct download for it. The AI doesn't like the bridges either. Interesting. I don't know if there can be anything done about that without JD having to put in splines on all the bridges for it. But this vehicle control add-on is what I use for keeping nice straight lines, as well as being able to set it when I need to turn, when I want to do things like that. It'll auto space things out for me. Like if I get to the end of the row, I hit left alt A or left alt D, and it just does it all for me. I like this one. It's what I've preferred. It came out first, but I got used to it, and I kind of like the way it functions. I haven't used the actual guidance steering mod on 22 yet, so I don't know exactly how they compare apples to apples. One of the big benefits of this mod is it's already available on all borrowed equipment for contracts, and you don't have to pay for it. Like the guidance steering mod. So that's one side effect, is you don't actually have to pay for this mod. If Courseplay is your thing, it's more of a set it and forget it for an AI helper. Me, I'm actually driving the whole time. I'm just using this to help keep my line straight. I'm not actually hiring a worker or anything. So if you wanted to have better workers, then Courseplay is the better choice for that. This is more of a, you still have to be in the vehicle, driving the vehicle in order for it to function. If I get out, the vehicle's going to stop. And welcome to the channel there, Stefan. Or Stefan, or... guessing Stefan. I think so, Bad Lad. I haven't heard from him yet, so... I'm going under the assumption he is not feeling good still. Just involve that... It's very easy to do the VCA, Vito. Control W gives you your line. Control C will bring up the menu for it. Control Alt W will automatically set your working width. Alt W removes the line if you need to change the angle on it. It's pretty easy, but if you run into any questions on it, let me know. And Stefan W1337, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Big Ray Live, thank you as well for that follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you both today? Yep, I mean, if you wanted to just show the operating width, you can. Oh, yeah. Pretty good. Happy New Year to you as well. Glad to hear you're doing well. Good morning there, Farmer Becky. How are you today? I hope you've gotten a little bit more rest this morning. Unless your kiddos woken you up again early to feed the animals, because nobody's going to take care of them. Which is, by the way, infinitely cute. That your kid would wake you up to make you feed the animals. Just waking up from yesterday. Well, you know, when you go without sleep long enough, it has its way of catching up to you. Come on, Mommy, we need to feed the animals. See, obviously it's not the same width as what my planter was, so if I hit Control, Alt, and W, it automatically resizes to the new working width of this roller, and away I go. And thank you for that follow. I'm guessing it's Kids OMGs. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing today? Guessing that's what that's supposed to mean, but I don't know. Please let me know. I'm doing pretty good this morning there, Chris. I forgot how much I hate rolling. It's so slow. That's good to hear. Always good when people wake up and things are cheery and bright. I need the really big roller, but it's so expensive. And I'm too cheap. This is the John Deere 8R. Turn your PC on. You grabbed your phone and came to... Well, good morning then, Farmer Becky. And hopefully you, can actually wake up and get some coffee in you. And that's good to hear there, kids. Big Vito gifting a tier 1 sub to Tim NZ. Thank you very much for that, Big Vito. I do very much appreciate that support. Thank you for that link there, Bad Lab. Yeah, everybody, make sure you head over to the SGA and grab yourself an account over there. You'll have to verify your email address. Make sure you check your spam folder for the verification email. It's where it usually ends up. But great place to get in touch with everybody. Ask your questions if we're not around. Not that we're never not around. Now that we're well into day 45 of the SGA's coverage of Farm Sim 22, but it helps to be able to see who's streaming, when we're streaming, as well as, again, get access to mods, help with issues you might be having with the maps, mods, or otherwise. Great set of resources. It also has the calendar on there too, so if there's a particular streamer you guys like to watch, you can find out when they're streaming next. So, great resource over there. And Farmer Becky, thank you for that tier 1 sub. I do very much appreciate that. Getting some more people, some little dragon eggs. Ha 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 ha. I love the dragon eggs. Yep. I believe Big Daddy should be up in about 5 hours. There, Bad Lad. You can worker that. I'm gonna go do something other than sit there and listen to that thing bang on the ground. Oh, 7 a.m. Eastern? Maybe he must have changed it, maybe. Oh, no worries, Becky. No worries. How'd you make out yesterday, other than the issue of finding out, finding that mod of yours? Oh, the liquid fertilizer does not have a lot in it. I shall have to buy more. Because I think he's on at 10 this morning, Bad Lad. Cedar takes hours to fill. How high'd you set the capacity on it, Becky? Wait, noon? Jeez, you're never gonna use all of that there, Becky. Noon? No, 7 a.m. Alright, you were right, 7 a.m. Alright, so only 2 more hours. Alright, this is fertilized. This will need to be fertilized. Good morning, Irish Gamer. How are you this morning? Thank you for that, host. Yeah, I'm gonna have to fertilize this. And fertilizing contracts. How are you this morning there, Dogba? Daughter tends to empty it while she's seeding and expects me to come fill it halfway into a field so you fix the issue. That works. That's good to hear, gamer. Irish Gamer, I'm doing pretty good. You know, like 100,000 probably would have been more than sufficient, right? Right there, Becky. I was gonna say that must have taken quite a bit of money to fill that thing. Good morning, Huckster. How are you? Question for me. Go right ahead and ask there, Becky. I'm doing quite well this morning. Just getting ready to do some fertilizing here on the farm and get ready to do some fertilizing contracts. Either of you guys remember the silos from 19 that were placeable that you could fill your cedar with? You didn't have to buy pallets. You mean the buy anywhere silos? Or the buy anything silos? They're around.
There's a nice set by Iconic.
Yeah, I was gonna say Iconic has some that are decent. They're on quite a few sites. And yeah, there's already quite a few of those out for 22, so yeah, that's just the fill speed, Becky. You can grab Iconic's one for 22 and do the same thing. Just change the fill speed on it. Really, dude, get out of the way. Impact did have some, but he took them down, I believe. Well, he never put them back up either once the website got redone. Too early to have your brain working. I don't want to hear that. Too early. Listen to you. It's only 10 and you've only had one coffee. And? It's 5 a.m. I've been up since midnight on 4 hours of sleep, and I haven't had any coffee. Mine are sleeping. They'll be making plenty of noise in about an hour. And this is only a joke, bad lad, but they say silence is golden, but duct tape is silver. Oh, apparently Impact did put them up on the SGA website again. Well, that is a bonus, yes, bad lad. I could probably just use the grass roller on this and save the money, but I really don't feel like hiring the grass roller right now. So I'm just gonna pay for the fertilizer. Get it done. This field's mahoosive. Back on your PC now? Well, welcome back on your PC there, Becky. Alright. That worker's just a rolling away over there on that field. Mm. See, I don't like that the trees around the farmyard don't grow when you first plant them. Or when you start the game. They won't get bigger on their own. You have to actually plant the thing first before it'll get bigger. Tim and Z coming in with 5 Tier 1 gifted subs. Thank you very much, Tim. Just paying it forward. I do very much appreciate that, Tim. You are, as always, an excellent, awesome person. Kid wakes up to farm and tend to our animals. You get him. That's how it works. Mommy, we've got to take care of the animals. You get up, shh, right back to sleep. Oh, kids. I love kids.
Yeah, they're great.
Oh, they can be. 16 and, well, we'll be 10 soon, so. Well, she was just very concerned about the animals, Becky. She wanted to make sure they were fed. Now that you're up and tending to the animals, her job is done. You can deal with that while she sleeps. That's how that works, right? I'm sure in about 45 minutes I'll have my youngest one standing right here, staring at everything I'm doing, watching me. He usually does. Ow. There are some on the SGA website done by Impact 7, Becky. I really don't want to know how many grass bales I'm going to get off of this section of the field when I cut it the next time around. I'll be interested to see when the trees finally get their next growth state. Oh, maybe he didn't put him back up. Dog Ba, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing this morning? I think so, Kevkaz. Whoops. Help if I actually turn the thing on, wouldn't it? Hit Control C, Kev. Come down to where it says Draw Marker of Lane Guidance and say you've got Never, if inactive, Always, if inactive high, Always high. I usually leave it on Always. High or Always low. Especially with my sprayer, I leave it on Always high because it's easier to see in the taller crops. Oh, I'm sure he wouldn't complain about a quick change of pace to get his brain focused back on things. The Meridian Seed Buying Station. I have.
Sorry.
He was saying. I bet he was saying he better not run basketball because it might distract you. I have not seen that one yet, Becky, but in-game mod hub or off of some other mod hub. Thank you for the follow, JKJ Lane. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing today?
A break is good to take every once in a while.
Yep, it sure is. Just about to complete that section there. Yeah, that's going to be a whole lot of grass, I think. This will be the only place that I don't get any grass off of. Wheat, millet, sunflowers. Just about done. Morning, everyone there, Chloe Gaming. Huh, Chloe Gaming, huh? Gonna try it out and see what happens? Well, let me know. I'd be interested in finding a decent seed buying station, because the one that's in game, you end up paying too much for the seed. And I don't like it. Well, you have to turn them on first, Kev. Control W will turn them on. 75% off by default is a little bit high, but... Good morning, Nutty Boy. How are you? Still tired? I can understand that. Alright. These are all potato contracts. I don't want to do potato contracts. This is a sowing contract. We're going to accept it and cancel it and get rid of it. And let's take all of those. Let's head on up to field 1. Yeah, Control W will turn the lines on. Alt W will reset them in case you want to change the angle or completely reset where you're lining up. I also recommend, Kev, that you leave this lane guidance every 90 degrees turned on, which what will happen is when you've got it this way, when you turn, it will give you a set of lines at 90 degrees automatically. And the Cowboy Legends, I have no idea what you're talking about there, Pumpies. Cowboy Legends? I'm confused. Doesn't take much, but not sure about that one. And then... Oh, the contracts. Yeah, they've changed all of the NPCs around on this map. So you have, of course, Yellowstone, James Stewart, Colt Bennett from the ranch, John Wayne, Colt Bennett again, J.R. Ewing, Lou Fleming, Bo Bennett from the ranch. This one is not multiplayer. I'm doing single player right now. Lloyd Pierce, Jeremy Clarkson, Jack Bartlett, Oliver Douglas, Rip Wheeler, Caleb Cooper. I mean, come on. That's hilarious looking, isn't it? Alt-W will completely wipe out your lines if you want to reset for a different angle or something like that. Yeah, yeah. Dave messed around with that, and I gotta say it's pretty funny. Oh, just barely denied there, Miss Lewis. Billy Alpaca coming in with a tier 1 sub 6 months in a row. Good morning, Mr. Billy. Thank you for that sub. I do very much appreciate it. At least that basket's being a tricky one, isn't it? Mr. Lewis just slaying him. Well, you started it, bad lad.
That was fun.
I mean, bad lad did start it, didn't he? What, round 2 so you can be on the same team, bad lad?
Yeah, I'm ready for another one whenever.
Thank you for that holler there, follow there, Huckster522. Welcome to the channel. I do appreciate it. How are you doing today? Billy's here. You might win now. That's assuming Billy doesn't join Mr. Lewis. Yeah, yeah. I saw that coming. Round 2? Round 2? Yeah, I'm going to join the same team. If you can't beat him, join him. Right? I'd say that's at least like a 65, 60. Ah, 60, 55. I wasn't far off. Ooh, this one's going to be tough. Like an 88.50. Three, four, five, six.
Just got it before me.
Well, yeah, he was sitting there, ding, 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 ding. Oh, that was a close shot. He just barely missed that one. Was that Billy? Yeah. Billy's a pretty good ringer at this, too. Oh, bad lad. Off the rim and bounced it back in. Nice. Could get a little more height on it than that there, bad lad. Oh, you got denied there, Mr. Lewis. You got robbed. Tie game. This is a competitive one this morning. Oh, this one's a tricky one. You have to go back off the wall and bounce it in. And it's so high up, it's going to be hard to tell how high you bounce, you know, where your bounce is. This basket might determine the game, actually. Oh. I expected that one to take a little bit longer, actually. All right. Let's go this way. Three. This is a this is a pretty competitive game.
Yeah, very close.
Got some ringers in this game. Oh, bad lad in with the score there. That's almost the toughest shot because it's right there next to you. I swear that avatar that Vito's using almost has an advantage in this game because the basketball starts so much higher above his head. Jeez, where were you going there, Lewis? Dang it, I missed. Swung too late. Trying to watch the basketball game. I'm driving all over the place over here. This might be the first tie game I've ever seen at basketball. Oh,
Wow.
you got deflected because he was on the way down and hit you. That's funny. I can see Billy hasn't had his coffee yet this morning. He's trying to think too hard first thing in the morning. Alright there, Miss Becky. Oh wait, that's right, Billy's English, his tea. That was a mess of people going every which way. Was that your first basket, Lewis?
Yeah,
Wow.
I'm slacking.
I see that. That's how it goes. Oh, you got lucky there. You straight got lucky with that bounce.
That was great.
Red team come from behind. Can blue team tie it up with 1 minute to go? "30 seconds. Pressure's on. Red team might take this one. Ooh! Vito ties it up with 24 seconds to go. This might end in a tie. 13-10. 7, 6, 2, 1. Tie game. Tie game.
Ah, that was riveting.
That was a good game. That was a really good game. I've never been so invested in watching a game of basketball. Yes, indeed. Well played, everybody. Well played. That was
Yeah, great game.
just when you think blue team's got it, red team's got it. No, blue team's got it. They're tying it up back and forth. And there were a couple of close ones right there at the end too. I think one of you would have actually gone in, but somebody else knocked them away just the last second. Good stuff. I'm glad Yosho found that. It's a pretty fun little just thing to do in chat. keep the lurkers awake at their keyboards if they're not already fully engrossed in their farm sim. Hoping I can catch my wife for a cup of coffee before she sits down. I gotta say, I love the way Wolf Creek feels. It's not huge, but it's big enough, you know? Got an edit of Felsbrunn for 22. Nice. You stuck on Erlingrat there, Kevkaz? Billy. Massive stitch. Have you tried using a subsoiler in between tractor and a seeder? So nice. Budget Vader can't see anything lift up. Hey, if it works for you, Rohan, it's how that's all it needs. Mod silos like what I'm using. Where does it show up in the construction part of the game? Both mods are activated, but you don't see them in the construction menu. They're either going to be under container or silos. It depends on what it's listed on, listed as in the mod description or the mod. I'm doing pretty good today, Dadson. How are you doing? I would check container, Becky. It's probably going to be there. Uber Stitch. Apparently she's not impressed with Uber Stitch. No, I'm sorry, sweetie. Living the dream, not looking forward to going back to work. I can understand that there, Dadson. Not a problem, Becky. He really needs like a terrorize or something like. You know what? There needs to be like a Godzilla, and then we could do like a Godzilla versus Stitch duel. Scale them both up really big and then do it. You could use a subsoiler instead of a cultivator, right? The game isn't doing a sneaky. Not right now, Rohan. They may add something like that with the precision farming when they do it, where you have to do cultivation and stuff like that for soil compaction. But as of right now, there's nothing that says you have to cultivate. You don't even technically have to plow every single time either. Subsoiling does count as plowing, but subsoiling won't prevent your weeds from coming up like plowing will. And Happy New Year to you as well there, Dovahkiin. I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing? Yep. Been starting the new year off pretty good. Well, streaming and streaming and streaming some more. We're now a couple of hours into day 45 of our FS22 coverage, which was supposed to start out as just 96 hours. Did you put your bill? Thank you. In my black cup, please. Best wife ever. Hasn't even had a chance to get her own coffee yet. Hasn't even woken up. And she's still gonna make me a cup of coffee. No, she's not making me breakfast. She has to get up and she has to be logged into work in about 15 minutes. So, good morning, Vortex. How are you? See, this is when a contract is cheating, or feels like cheating. Here, let me go. That was a lot of effort. One pass. Field done. Well, that works. I don't know as if I'd go quite that cheaply with the cost to do it, but no, to each their own. My wife works for TD Bank. She does she helps people with their accounts, and she also does like some social media stuff. You might have to re-register Vortex. The website went down the end of last week and had to be completely rebuilt. Gaza Martin and Nemo0812234332. Thank you guys for the follow. Welcome to the channel. How are you both doing today? No, it was Big Daddy. The minute he put his Brux up, it broke it. Not a problem, Vortex. Yeah, the website got hit with a message bot that slowed the server. The service ended up shutting down the website because it was taking up too many resources. Wish I was able to drink, but had to work. Aw, sorry to hear that, Dovahkiin. And Nemo0812234332, thank you for that tier 1 sub. I do very much appreciate it. Welcome to the community. Cancelled your work? How do you manage that one there, bad lad? Nah, I don't want to work. I'm gonna cancel. I am somehow getting very used to it, Bread. Oh, no public transport? I see. That's good, decent money, yeah. And another sign bites the dust. 2 for 1. And another one. That's no fun, Dovahkiin. Fletcher's Bakery, nice. Well, maybe you should take the dog out then there, Chloe. You go into the XML and change it so you didn't charge you. Thank you. Aha! That makes sense. That's why I like my dog. I can literally just open the door, let him out, and go get him an hour later. Sip first. Snack second. That would be my wife blowing her nose. They asked if somebody was playing a trumpet. It's first thing in the morning. Her allergy meds haven't kicked in, and she's all stuffed up from sleeping, so she'll sound like that for a little bit, unfortunately. Her allergies tend to kick her hiney. Doing family stuff. Map testing's going pretty well. The cats are all around somewhere. Probably doing the zoomies. I have not, did I buy the dairy? No, I have not bought the dairy yet, Dadson. There have been quite a few things that have needed changing, yes, Zodiac. Still finding them even after 90 hours of testing, 100 hours of testing. About an hour, I think, Nutty. Depends on when Big Daddy shows up. No, I'm not driving all the way back to Field 4 to fertilize you. You can go hop, skip, and a jump right off my list. Did I make a note for naming the dairy something? Oven, cow barn, and milk. Oh, yes, somebody has already made a note for me to name the dairy, if that's what you're asking there, Dadson. No, then I started over with the names on Wolf Creek and the dairy and my cow barn have already been named, as well as my oven and the sawmill. I do have 16 greenhouses. Good morning there, outdoors traveler. Cooking a gammon joint's taking forever, so watching WWE highlights. Aha! What's a gammon joint, if you don't mind me asking? Never heard of that. There he is. Good morning there, handsome. Ah, ham joint. Gotcha. Hey, handsome. Kind of a kitty cam. He ran off. Could have used more sugar, but I'm not going to complain. I didn't have to get up and get it, so. I could go for some ham for supper. There we go. Oh, dang it. Why'd you have to mention steak, bad lad? Oopsie. No potato sowing contracts. I don't do sowing of potatoes. I will go spray some fields, though. You want cookies and milk? I had cookies and milk for well, snack last night. I think the greenhouses came out pretty good that Dave did.
Bless you.
Yeah. I wish that it would be like when you start a game. Yeah, there's some of the younger trees and stuff. I wish they would grow up and get bigger as the game progresses and not just stay where they are because that's the state they were in at the game start. I have to really sit back and clean my desk today. Chocolate milk, yes. Nothing better than chocolate milk and a nice big slice of chocolate cake with fudge frosting. Did I mention I like chocolate?
I usually use chocolate milk with my cereal.
It doesn't work good with like Cinnamon Toast Crunch. You've already had enough sugar there, Texas Toast, with the cosmic brownies and the sodas and everything else. You're probably going to be hopped up on sugar for 2 days there, Bread. I'm cheating, I'm using the coffee there, bad lad. I'm hydrating and caffeinating. It's warm water with coffee extract. Well, it never fails. Eventually our streams will devolve into food somewhere. Thank you for that stretch there, Billy. He didn't mention food. I have not, Rohan, but now I want to. Don't tease me, Aussie. Don't tease me. Ooh. That sounds like a good idea there, Bread. That sounds like a good idea. I hadn't thought of that. Yeah, it's no fun when the weather swings like that, is it? I'll have to give that a try. I'm just really stuck into the Leroy Jenkins right now. Leroy Jenkins. It is sad how old of a meme that is, and it's still, like, relevant as can be, you know? Well, at least the wind's gone. Wind is just... yeah. Oh, that's the perfect side dish to that chocolate cake with the chocolate, milk that I want. No, that doesn't ring a bell, Rohan. Coffee with cinnamon. No. No, I've just been drinking a lot of the Leroy Jenkins lately. Well, it may be a drive for you, Brett. I don't know where you're coming from, but now I want chocolate. Thankfully, I have a bunch of chocolate in the fridge. And chocolate and chocolate. Ooh, hot chocolate too. Alright, I'm going to be like 300 pounds by the end of the day because I'm going to sit here and start pounding chocolate in about 5 minutes. Yes, it keeps it cold and not melty, Dadson. And Grant 13,200, welcome to the channel. Thank you for the follow. How are you doing today? Sorry to hear that, Novocaine. That's no fun. Well, thank you for using that Prime sub, Grant. I do appreciate it. Welcome to the community. New York? No, New York is 2. Is it Ohio or Illinois? I don't remember. Well, my wife got me, well, my wife, my mother-in-law, my children got me a bunch of Hershey's chocolate bars for Christmas. And I keep them in the fridge so they don't get melty on me. Grant, coming in with 5 gifted Tier 1 subs. Thank you very much, Grant. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What would you say to chocolate ice cream made with soy milk? I've never had chocolate ice cream made with soy milk, but if it's chocolate ice cream, I will give it a shot. Because chocolate. Yes, Markham. Anytime you do a contract, you will end up with product left over from that contract. They are working on I think they're planning on adjusting that some, but if you're doing like a baling contract for hay or silage or something like that, you will usually end up with a bunch of bales left over, and those leftover bales are then yours to sell or do whatever you want with. Rod Leaf coming in with a raid of 6. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome in, Rod. How is your stream? How you doing today? How is everyone? Biosarn, thank you for that follow. Welcome to the channel. How is everybody today? I like doing wheat harvesting contracts. Free wheat for your bakery. Yep, that happens a lot. Sorbet is better than... Sorbet is pretty good. I will agree. I will agree. Sorbet is pretty good stuff. Indeed, Bread, indeed. Welcome, Grant. Thank you again for that. I do appreciate it. Stream went great. Doing great as well. I'm doing fantastic. How is life on the farm treating you there, Rod? Well, that's if the contract goes to the spinnery, Dads, and a lot of times those contracts could end up going to like the Johnson Farmers Market or something like that, and then you don't get anything. So, gonna check the ham. All right, there, Dovahkiin. How you doing there, Tough SOB? I'd say the master of any contract is one that delivers to a factory you own. Ah, gotcha, Dadson. I see, I see. Yeah, I haven't played on Hot Balaron enough. I've only really been on Elm Creek, so, and then now Wolf Creek. Neon subbed and followed. It happens. It happens, Bread. Yes, collect straw at missions when you're harvesting is very nice because you can usually get a nice little payday worth of straw. That's not always a bad thing. It's progress, right? What map you playing on, Rod? Elm Creek? I gotcha. Gotcha. I think I'm gonna make that scaling thing start charging gold so Billy runs out of gold. I know. For scale 5 Stitch, that he's like massive. Takes the whole screen. It's hilarious. Ah, Flatlands. I haven't seen that map yet there, Outdoor Traveler. It's 4X map? Nice. I don't think so, Dadson. That seems to be the biggest. Because somebody did a scale 5 and a scale 6 and they were the same size. What did you break, bad lad? Okay, I was going to say, what did you break, bad lad? Electrical vehicle pack? Nice, there you go. Until Dave gets ready. Well, you know, Outdoor Traveler, there is also the Pleasant Valley Uncharted Pompey's edition that JD Fan put out, too. Uses almost all the same stuff as the Wolf Creek map. Looking forward to the Norwegian map. One to one. Huh. Sounds interesting. Quick, somebody step on the stitch. Chief Wiggy, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Tiny Stitch. That's hilarious. Well, if you can go bigger, yeah, figures. You can go smaller too. Oh, that would be evil. Shrink everybody to -5 for 10 minutes and then play basketball. You wouldn't even be able to see your characters flying around the screen. That would be deliciously evil. Your laptop doesn't like it, Brad? That's too bad. That's a pretty good sized map. Oh, Billy, this is gonna be fun.
Yeah, this will be fun.
The PV Uncharted map is, if you're familiar with the PV Uncharted from 19, basically it's a 4X sized map, full of trees. The Pompey's edition of the map has some additional buildings and stuff like that built into it. It's a pretty nice map. I can actually, if you want, I can show it to you guys here in a few minutes. Let me get these contracts complete, and I can pop over there quick. Really? The basketballs are bigger than the people. Oh, that's awesome. That's hilarious. The basketballs are bigger than the characters. Aw, it ran out. Now everybody's back to normal. I'm gonna have to use that command the next time I'm in Yosho's stream. Could do that one next there, Bread. Yeah, not a problem, Nutty Boy. Let me pull over here. I'll just have to pop out of the game and switch my mod folder quick. Alright, let's save it quick. $255 missions completed. Pompeys. That are steep upward. Oh, are you talking about the one that does the slopes, Pompeys? Yes, I've used it. It actually works really well for making nice, smooth slopes.
Nice one, Big Vito.
Oh, don't worry about it, Dovahkiin. We can do another game right after. If you guys are having fun doing it, I'm gonna set it up as a point thing so you guys can just do it whenever you want. All right, let's first things first. Let's pop into flight mode. Pop up my player speed here. So this is Pleasant Valley Uncharted. You start out with Field 2 and Field 1. Pretty good sized fields. This is a 4X map. Just remember that when you look at the size of this. This is a 4X sized map. For example, Field... what's the biggest one on here? Field 5 is 34 point... almost 35 hectares. So Field 5 is a pretty big size field. This is 35 hectares in size. So you start out with these two fields here. This map has additional rye, millet, rice, carrots, and it will soon also have, I believe, hemp getting added to it. You start with some equipment here in the middle. And there are some additional... This is an older version, so it's changed a little bit. But this is roughly what it looks like. You've got your big size fields here. Some placeable areas in here. The water around the outside of the map. You've got these nice blacktop roads all over the place. There's these nice... There's your biogas plant. You've got some nice big skyscrapers up here. That will light up at night, by the way. Let's speed through while we're doing this so you can see it. Some nice ponds. The ponds have silt in the ponds that you can dig out for mining. There is also additional mining in the map, but you have some placeable areas over here that are all done up. You've got your path up into the mountains. There is some salt for mining. You've got your bridges through the hills. Some more placeable areas in here. Boatload of trees. This is Pleasant Valley Uncharted Pompey's Edition, Zaxxon. It is available on the SGA website. This is for FS22, Vortex. JD Fan has exported this map and gotten it ready for 22. You get some extra fields in here, some additional placeable areas, some more lakes, more buildings out here. There's a giant coal mine. There are a bunch of productions added to it. That, like, all of Dave's productions will be added to this map. You can see at night, the buildings all light up. You see them from a long ways off, which is pretty cool looking. I mean, yeah,
Good job, Blue.
You can see them from a long ways off, which is really cool. You've got, again, you know, a nice big mountain range here with some more coal, bauxite, ore, galena, copper mines on this map. Another nice big flat placeable area there. Some large, I mean, very large fields in here in places. Again, you've got these nice road networks everywhere. Complete in places with, like, bicycle lanes. Nice bridges that go across the outsides of the map. Down here on the southern beach, you've got all kinds of sand down here. You can delete the skyscrapers. Yep, there's another ore patch, some more sand. I'm just buzzing around real quick to show you guys what it looks like. Speaking of Pompey's, right there, he's the original map creator in 19. This is his save file that JD liked it so much he imported it into the game. I'll wait for the daylight to come. I think JD fixed that, Lynx. He changed the weighting on it, so it's so it works better for the AI. Welcome back, Becky. So you can see here, again, the bicycle lanes down the sides of the road there. Nice double dirt tracks so you can have traffic going two ways. Very big size fields. Like I said, some nice placeable areas, ponds with some silt everywhere. Another salt mine, another big gravel mine. Stones come from your fields, bad lad. On this map. You know, another nice placeable area here. I like what you did with this, Pompies, with the just kind of making a big little thing about this. But yeah, it's a very nice map. Like I said, you start with a couple of pretty good sized fields too. Nice big wide placeable area here. So you start with this whole area for your farm. You have to own the land, vetoed, in order to sell them. So if I go in and do... Now I can go in, hit demolish. And I should be able to sell the Canada building, yes. Sell the Chase building, yes. So, like I said, it's a nice map. Jay did a really good job with it, converting it from Pompies. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of them probably are. Not yet, bad lad. Maybe maybe later. But that is the Uncharted Pompies edition. Oh yeah, JD spent a long time converting that map. But the goal was to keep it in line with what Dave's been doing to Wolf Creek, so all of the same fruit types will go into it, all of the same productions will go into it. Oh, they already are in there, nice. Oh, that's right, they are generators, because they count as income. The skyscrapers are income. Well, once you get it to a point where you're happy with showing it off, Pompies, if you want to send me some screenshots or a video or something like that, or a copy of your save, I'll show it off for people. I'm excited to see what you've managed to do with it, because it looks pretty awesome with what you did in 19, and now knowing what you can do in 22. I'm excited to see it. It does. It does take a lot of work, Becky. The more detail you want it to have, the more work it's going to take. Put it this way. Wolf Creek, which Dave has expanded Elm Creek to a 4x map size, and has now been working on adding things too. He's been working 16 hours a day, roughly, for a month almost, on making this map. And that's like 6-7 days a week he's working on it. So it it can certainly take a long time, depending on what extent you want to make that map. Alright there, Huckster. We'll catch you in a bit. Once you get your PC, you're going to be playing Wolf Creek and Poppies. Nice there, Bread. Nice. Once Wolf Creek is released, I do plan on doing a couple days a week where I will host a multiplayer and have some of you guys in playing the map with me. But it's got to get to a point where it can be released to the public first. Yeah, sounds good there, Bumpies. I'll show it off. Like I said, I'm excited to see what you can do with it. Knowing what we can do in this version. If there isn't any curved roads in the end. The roads in Elm Creek are actually done in Blender and then put in as an object, not painted in pops. That's why they're a right pain in the butt to edit. I'll just call it that. It's a right pain in the tuchus. They actually exist as objects in Blender and then get brought in as an object that you drive on. Yeah. Oh, trust me, there are some things that Dave is wishing he still had, like the ability to animate some of the factories and stuff like that, which hopefully will come with time. But right now, Dave is going a mile a minute with some of the things he can do to the map as it is. He's been the explosions in 19 were awesome, and trust me, once it can be figured out, which I'm sure it can be figured out, it's just going to take additional stuff as part of the production. Then, yeah, you know Dave will bring him back. It certainly won't be on the first map, but come the second map or the third map that Dave makes, there very well could be explosions and buildable factories back. I'm really hoping that the global company decides to come back to 22, and they want to keep working on it, because if they do, then there's a very good possibility we could get expanded production capabilities. Because that's some of the things that Dave wants to be able to do, is be able to hide things from the production menu so they're not in there, if like buildable factories and stuff like that. Not that I mean, I haven't been hunting, searching, or even looking for it, Bad Lad. I'm just hoping they are. I know at one point they said they were going to go off and try and do their own game. I don't know what became of that, and if they decided they're going to come back to 22 or not. I think some of the group is coming back to 22, but I don't know. I don't have Facebook or anything like that to follow up, so Outdoor Traveler is saying they are coming back to 22, which I'm thankful for, because they did a really good job with the production stuff in 19. So charted in 22, the same name for the 19 map. Want to give the map a try on 19 and use spare time? Yes, it was the same name, but it was only available through PV Tools in 19, Becky, unless Dave finally put a file up on the PV website. Oh, they're not coming back, John? Like I said, I don't know. It's... yes, bad lad. I think so. And like I said, I don't know. I don't have Facebook or anything like that to do the follow any of those guys, so 35 degrees in Arizona. But it's a dry cold. Right? That's what you guys always say about the heat. I'm just picking on you, Chloe. Anytime somebody mentions Arizona, I immediately have Walter in my head going, but it's a dry heat. My number one favorite comedian is Gabriel Iglesias. My number two favorite comedian is probably Jeff Dunham. So and that's like 1-2 type of thing, you know. As a matter of fact, I know I'm missing a few, but I got a signed first version of his Funko Pop and a his number 2. I know I'm missing a couple of his Funko Pops, but yeah. Good morning there, Gadzooks. Peanut is hilarious, yes. Peanut, Walter, Ahmed. Darcy Lynn? I have not heard of Darcy Lynn. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of comedians I haven't heard of, but those are definitely 1 and 2 is Gabriel Iglesias and Dunham. After that, there's a lot of other comedians I like. Jimmy Carr has some pretty funny stuff. Eliza Schlesinger has some really funny stuff. There's all kinds of comedians I watch. I mean, some of Robin Williams' stuff is just absolute gold. I'm so sad he's gone because he was one of my favorite actor/comedians. George Carlin was really good. You know, I mean, there's just so many. It's going good. Welcome back, Viking Streaming. Mrs. Doubtfire, yes. Jumanji was great too. It's, you know, yep. George Carlin, he was awesome. There's so many comedians that are so good that are gone, unfortunately. I mean, granted, there's still many left, but Good morning, Yosho. How are you, bud? Did you manage to get some sleep before bringing your friend off to the airport? Patch Adams, yep. Good Will Hunting. Very underrated movie. Good Morning Vietnam, yes. Good morning.
Might as well go ahead and hop in here with you, right?
Yep. Hey, did you know about this command?
No. Mass scale. That's pretty cool.
1 to 5. Space.
Nice.
Number of seconds you want it to last. Bumblebee tuna. Jim Carrey's another good one, yep.
That's a good one.
Yep. There's also a shrink command.
Yeah, I knew about shrink. I didn't know about the masses. I knew you can make them large like that, but so how's your morning been there, Darius?
Pretty good. What avatars? Bunch of little ants. Me, myself, and I, yes. HDS coming through. Sounds wrong. Ace Ventura, Pet Detective. Flubber. Yes. Good movie. The Mask, yep. I'm doing pretty good. I'm back to work on Wolf Creek this morning. Had to do a bunch of repainting. Like 20 grand worth of repainting this morning. There you go, bread. It's purple chrome for you.
Let's go in there, bread.
Beverly Hills, yep. Beverly Hills Cop, yep. Liar, liar, yes. The pen is blue. The pen is royal blue. Alright. Bread wants to do, let's see. Here you go. Have fun getting in the basket.
Oh, right.
Oh, they're going to stay that size with the basketball. Yep. I've just been, there's almost no wind today. Come on, turn, you turn. You're supposed to be making me money over there. Millet. Sunflowers. 4X with lots of productions for 19. Yeah. Pleasant Valley Uncharted. It has like 100-something productions on it. And 75,000 trees. Oh, Jesus! Good luck getting in the basket. don't think anybody's gonna actually get in the basket. The only one that stands a chance is gonna be Big Vito because the basketball is above his head. Everyone else, the basketball is in their head, and
I think it still runs off the size of the ball, though. No matter what your avatar is.
It could be. I was gonna say otherwise. This is gonna be hilarious to try and watch them fit in the basket. It's still comical regardless.
Yeah.
The little things in life. Can we fix traffic? What do you mean fix traffic there, outdoor traveler? What's wrong with your traffic?
It's farm sim traffic. That's what's wrong with it.
Well, yes, we knew this. Oh, back when you could knock it off the road and hit it? Yeah. That was before my time, unfortunately. Gadzooks is giving up. So are you back from the airport, or do you still have to head to the airport?
I'm back from the airport. Dropped him off at, I think it was 4:20 this morning.
That's early.
Yeah, it was about a 50-minute drive there, 50-minute drive back.
That's early.
Yep.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning there, Big Daddy.
Good morning, Big Daddy.
How are you, sir?
Doing all right. How you guys doing?
Well, another
Pretty
day in
good.
paradise. Can't complain.
You sound like you're feeling a little bit better there this morning, Big Daddy. Morning,
Getting there, man.
Sharon.
Yeah, every day's getting better. You know what it is?
Yep.
Gotta take a day at a time. Oh, somebody got it.
The map will actually come with all of the mods you need for it, Chloe. I think there's a couple in here. I know there's at least one, but I'll mention it to Dave. Adding some additional, women, so it's not just a bunch of guys in there. She'll have to unzip if it comes with all of the mods. She'll have to unzip it.
I had to add the rolling pack to our
Dairy Empire.
multiplayer server.
Oh, the multiplayer one?
Probably console compatible.
I was gonna say, yeah, it should be console compatible.
It wasn't for a little while there.
Yeah, well, yeah, then it got updated.
Thanks for the shout out, Billy. Right away.
Just finished repainting my map this morning there, Big Daddy.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, there's a file you have to copy in. They're in various places, Nutty. I'd have to find them all again.
Morning, bad lad.
Good morning there, Master Mika.
So were you able to keep your save game file then and then have to
Yep.
do a total restart? Nice.
Basically what you have to do is when you restart with it,
Okay.
you'll have to start a new game and you'll have to copy in the terrain LOD type cache file
Oh.
in over your existing
game file.
save.
Okay.
And then what you'll have to do, what it does is it replaces all of the painting you've done on the ground. It'll reset it with that from the new file.
Nice.
So I had to, obviously I had to go around and repaint all my pathways and stuff like that. But other than that, it was it was good to go. There are a few other little odds and ends that Dave came across, but
Very cool.
Hey, Big Daddy. Yosho.
Hey, good morning, St.
Hey,
Louis.
how's it going?
fair enough. Never mind then. I think a couple of them came off of the FS22 modhub.com, Nutty Boy, and that was simply the herbicide and water one. The fertilizer one is in the base game. And then the fourth one that's in that row is one that Dave did as part of this map pack. Oh, well, I'm sorry. Somebody mentioned doing, the big-headed basketball thing, so sorry, Mr. Lewis. So
No problem.
The water tank and the herbicide tank came off of FS22modhub.com. This one here was part of the mod pack for this map. It comes in the map itself. And then the fertilizer one is a base game one.
Hey, Poppy. Sorry I missed that earlier.
She probably got the full map. She just didn't get all of the additional mods that come for it, Chloe. I don't know how Dave stuck that up on the site. There might be a production pack that goes with it, but I don't know. It's been a while since I've messed around with the Pleasant Valley Uncharted thing.
Alright, so it's terrain LOD type cache, correct?
Yep.
Alright.
No, hey, don't even worry about it, Chloe. You're never asking too much. Never think that in these streams. Our existence is to help answer questions and help people enjoy the game, while we enjoy playing it as well. So, never feel like you're asking too many questions.
You even got some teachers in here too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a couple of them. One of them claims he's a math teacher, but
I know, but, I've heard that guy do math, and it's not that great.
yeah.
I just added a mod to my server, and I totally restarted it, and forgot to turn it on. One thing I can't stand about the Diddy server.
Oops.
So now I gotta shut the server down again just so I can turn it back on.
Hi, Darius. You being a handsome kitty? You wanting attention? You want attention from me? She was after the 19 version, Billy, but I told her I think to go to the PV mods website. I don't know which version she's got downloaded at the moment. She was asking for a 4X production one for 19 for her friend. Billy's the one that'll be able to help you for sure, Chloe, because he knows what Dave did with everything. Didn't you say you were going to buy a cow or a sheep barn? I was going to try and get the sheep online, Nutty, but I don't have the money yet. I need some more money. So I'm going to do a bunch of herbicide contracts and fertilizer contracts and such while I'm off stream, because we'll be heading to Big Daddy here shortly. And hopefully come tomorrow, I'll be able to get those online. Do you know if snow completely covers the road for Uncharted, or does it have new road textures? I'm gonna imagine it covers the entire road, Jaren, because they're not built the same way as the ones on Elm Creek are. I really want to get the cows online, but I know that's going to be expensive. I don't have the 500 grand for that.
Yeah. My Dairy Empire makes it kind of rough. We finally just got the first building. That was it.
Not a problem there, Jaren. Oh, did you start the Dairy Empire on Wolf Creek?
No, not on Wolf Creek yet.
Oh, it's still over on
Yeah.
Baylorol or Erlengrad, sorry. Can't keep things straight in my head this morning. It's a bit frazzled.
So
Have
were
you
you
heard of
a anime fan there, Darius?
A little bit, why?
You know Sword Art Online?
Rings a bell. My wife watched it a lot. I know some about it, but not a lot of it.
Well, November this year is supposedly when the whole death game started. 2022 November.
Oh, nice.
So we'll see.
I have not heard of that map there, Becky. Most of what I did on 19 was all, the Pleasant Valley maps once I got to the PC. Well, especially when you get my contract mod off of the SGA website. Good stuff. I appreciate that there, Outdoors Traveler. Keep in mind, Vito, there's only going to be so much you can sell to that before you end up filling it. But at least your road's clear now. Already have it? Nice, there you go. I appreciate it. All I did was yank it out of Pleasant Valley Pleasant Valley County on 19.
I guess the rolling trailers don't load pallets, do they? Just bales?
Nope, just bales.
Grr.
Just bales. You're not getting out of it that easy.
Man, come on.
You're gonna have to do some work for yourself there.
What? No, never. Why would I want to do that?
Well, you know what's gonna happen, Brad. You downed all that sugar, and you're gonna end up crashing. You're gonna be out for like 3 days. Then we're gonna have to send the doctors to come, like, bring your sugar levels back down. Yep. 3 lumps of sugar in your tea. Yeah, Brett said something about like 5 sodas and 15 cosmic brownies with sprinkles on them.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm all in, but, you know, I do sweets.
Yeah, same.
Because it got in my way, Chillwill, and it wasn't bolted down well enough to stop me from running it over. I'm pretty sure he's on Pompey's edition, Uncharted Pompey's edition, Nutty. Some of those contracts can be over 200 grand just to harvest one field if it's potatoes or something like that. Ah, there you go. See, 15 cosmic brownies with extra fudge. With 5 Izzes. I guess it's a soda, mango flavored soda. Be bouncing off the walls.
Yeah.
Last map you played on 19 was special. You played Uncharted, bad lad. I know you did. If you feel young, it's young. That's the best way I can put it. If you want a mining map for 22, well, go do Pompey's edition. It's got mining on it, bad lad. Stop breaking mods for 5 minutes and go play a map for a change. Whenever you're ready there, Big Daddy.
All right, let me get it fired up. Have the screen up. Go by.
I say
We're on day
it's 7,
45.
so yeah, day 45.
Alrighty.
I'm doing pretty good there this morning, Chillwill. How are you doing? Yep, day 45. 4 hours
Wow.
in. That's the same response you gave yesterday when I said 44.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's
Wow.
Not changing yet. Not changing yet. It's still pretty incredible. Not pretty incredible. It is incredible. Put it down. For sure.
That's been Big Daddy's response like every morning. Wow. Wow.
Yeah. Well, you got to think about it. I mean, how many hours? We're over 1,000 hours.
Yep.
That's a lot.
Actually, I bet you're pushing almost 1,100 by now.
Yeah, the math has left the building. Well, I could do quick math here. So
I say, come on, there's a couple math teachers in here.
45 times 24.
Well, it's 44 times 24 plus 4.
So 44 times 24 is 1,056.
Plus 4, so 1,060.
1,060 hours. Yeah.
That
There you
is
go.
Awesome.
Yep. Craziness. Morning, Tipsy Stephanie. 6:03 and 7 degrees in Missouri. Yikes. Oh, I bet it is pretty helpful with the auto drive routes, keeping a nice straight line going down the roads. Excuse me. All right, we're going to get ready to head over to Mr. Big Daddy.
It should be live. If everything's working proper. Looks that way.
Yeah, you are live. We're going to continue. I'm going to give you one quick shout out just in case anybody gets lost, because Twitch can be like that once in a while.
Twitch can be twitchy.
Yep, we're going to head on over to Big Daddy. We're going to hang out with him for some this morning. He's going to continue the SGA coverage of Farm Sim 22.
Hi, Farmer Becky. Thanks for the follow, Viking.
Yep, I literally just got the alert. So I thank you all for coming and hanging out. I very much appreciate the bunch of you hanging out this morning. Of course, Grant13200 and Tim NZ with the gifted subs earlier. You guys are awesome and fantastic. The raids and follows are insane as always. You guys are all awesome. And I can't wait to see you guys in the next stream. So, thank you all for hanging out. And we'll see you over in Big Daddy's stream.
Morning, Zook. Morning, Nutty Boy. Yeah, I got lots of work to do today. And thank you, Mr. Darius, for the raid. 178, welcome, everybody.